Good evening. Welcome to the Mott Community College Board of Trustees regular meeting for Monday, July 15th. I'm sorry for the delay in starting the meeting this evening. I'd like everyone that is able to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I would like to have a moment of silence for former State Representative Tim Sneller and Lieutenant Dave Livingston, who ran our learner program here at the college and passed away last night. We'd have a moment of silence for them. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any additions to the agenda? I would like to make a few adjustments in the agenda. Item number 6, the closed session, needs to be moved to item number 4. And item number 2.28, approval of interim president candidate contract, will move to be taken place right after we come back for the closed session. Are there any objections?
I object.
We have an objection. Any other objections? And then, yes,
I object as well.
you are. Okay, roll call vote on changing it.
Don't we have a discussion around?
Well, we
The
can have some
objection.
discussion.
So I don't understand why you're putting the closed session between communications and comments from the public.
So we can get our business taken care of as it relates to the contract, and we can find out whether or not we're going to have a contract with the candidate or not. So we'll go into closed session to decide that. And then we'll
Mr.
come
Chair.
back and we will vote.
Mr. Chair, I think we deserve to hear from the public before we make any movement or make any decision.
Art, you had something to say.
Yes, I believe that the comments from the public are important enough that we do not adjust this. We need to hear from the public, as so many of them came out tonight, and we have several comments. I believe that we should hear from them.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Roll call vote. To change the agenda. Art?
No.
Michael?
No.
Sue?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Wendy?
Yes.
And myself, yes. The motion passed to adjourn the agenda. Are there any other agenda?
Mr. Chair,
Any other?
was that moving closed session to after adoption of the agenda for item number 4?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any other additions to the agenda? Seeing none, as amended, I would entertain a motion for the adoption of the agenda.
I'll make a motion.
A motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Trustee Reyes?
No.
Trustee Freeman?
No.
Trustee Couch?
Yes.
Trustee Swanson,
Yes.
Trustee Daly,
Yes.
Trustee Wendy,
Yes.
and myself, yes. The agenda has been adopted with the changes. At this point, we're not going into closed session, correct?
So it's my understanding that I had prepared and sent to the board members earlier today a legal memorandum outlining some legal issues related to a possible contract with an interim president. Under the Open Meeting Act, the board has the right to go into closed session to consider material exempt from discussion or disclosure by state or federal statute. Written legal opinions that are attorney-client privileged are exempt from discussion or disclosure by state officials under state and federal law. So if somebody wishes to make a motion to seek a closed session for that reason, they can do so.
Is there a motion to go into closed
So
session?
moved.
A motion, do we have a second? We have a
Second.
second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Trustee Reyes.
No.
Trustee Freeman.
No.
Trustee Couch.
Yes.
Trustee Swanson.
Yes.
Trustee Daly.
Yes.
Trustee Wendy.
Yes.
And myself, yes. We are now going into closed session. We now reconvene the meeting. I would entertain a motion for item 2.28, approval of interim presidential candidate contract.
So moved.
Motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Do we have any discussion?
Do you want a presentation on what the contract is?
Yes, we're going to have that. Would you like to give a presentation?
Sure. So, for purposes of discussion, so that the public understands exactly what we're talking about here, we will be entering into an agreement, if this motion passes, with Ms. Richardson Snell as the interim president for Mott Community College. There's a Mott Community College job description which outlines the duties she would have. It's dated December 17th, 2022. This is an interim position only. It does not have any binding to a permanent position whatsoever. If there is any additional agreement in the future with Ms. Richardson Snell to act as the permanent president, a separate agreement would be entered into. The agreement is what the law calls an at-will agreement, meaning that it can be terminated at any time for any reason or no reason at all. This differs from a for-cause employment relationship, which many of you may be familiar with, where there may be specific reasons only why a person can be fired, or there may be progressive discipline actionary required before a discharge would take place. So if it is the majority vote of the trustees that end the agreement at any date through a properly noticed meeting and a properly noticed motion, this agreement could end at any time if that's done. The agreement can also end by a resignation by Ms. Richardson Snell with at least 30 days' notice to the college. The financial terms of the agreement were in part defined by the HR department. The board had asked the HR department to provide a salary range for a person in this position. They provided a salary range of between $225,000 and $250,000 on an annual basis. The agreement that may be entered into that will be voted on will be that Ms. Richardson Snell will be paid on an annual basis the sum of $237,500. The agreement also provides for certain housing and moving expenses if incurred. Ms. Richardson Snell would work with the college on with a contract they have with a moving company, and the expenses would be capped at the sum of $15,000. There would be a car allowance paid to Ms. Richardson Snell. And just so you know, what I'm doing is part of this agreement was based upon the use of the present agreement with Dr. Beverly and using that as kind of a basis for some of these things. It is not totally the same. There are many differences, but nevertheless, that was in some way the outline of it. Under this agreement, there would be a car allowance of $800 per month. She would be paid actual and reasonable mobile and cell phone expenses. She would have annual contributions to the TIAA, CREF, or Michigan Public Employees Retirement System as allowed by Michigan law. There would be a officers group liability coverage up to $1 million, provided such insurance is available at commercially reasonable rates, and or in the event that claims are made against Dr. Richardson for actions that she reasonably in good faith performs on behalf of the college, she would be indemnified and held harmless by the college. To the extent that Ms. Richardson Snell seeks professional development expenses, she would be reimbursed to 2 events during the term of this contract at reasonable costs and rates. Consistent with other executive employees, she would be paid a expense stipend of $668 per month to cover things like local travel, meals expense, and things of that sort. In addition, extraordinary expenses such as attending conferences for trade shows, the lodging, airfare, and associated expenses with those would be expensed to the college, consistent with other employees of the college. There is no provision in this agreement that she would be paid any type of for fees for any type of health care or wellness programs at reasonable cost, and no provision for the payment to her in her name of any type of country club or other type of expenses, which is again a departure from Dr. Beverly's contract. She would be eligible as an employee of the college for payments to a 403 plan annuity. The amount of the contribution shall be 15% of her annual yearly salary actually paid to her, and no amount shall exceed any amounts allowed by the IRS or otherwise prohibited by law. She will be entitled to 14 days of vacation for 2024 and 7 days of sick days for 2024. These days will not carry over to 2025, and there's no monetary value to them if they are not used. The college will provide a term life insurance policy to her in the amount of $200,000. She will be included on disability insurance policy consistent with other employees, as well as be able to enroll in health care plans consistent with other employees. And she would have to pay the percentage of any premiums that is consistent with other employees of the college. I believe that is the agreement in a nutshell, and her counsel is here, Mr. Chuck, if you would like to confirm if that's the nature of the understanding that has been reached. I agree. Okay. And so the intent is that if directed, I will finalize this agreement with her counsel, and it'll be signed both by her and by the board chair. Furthermore, she has indicated that she can begin this employment probably as early as a week from today on July 22nd. And I believe that's the extent of my presentation.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions? Trustee Reyes.
Yeah, I have a couple questions about the contract, and these are the requirement for the posting on this job said that their individual would live within 20 miles of the college. I don't understand why we are providing moving expenses, because if she lives 20 miles within the college, as it is required for this job, then I don't understand why we're paying that.
Bill?
My understanding is that she has a residence in West Bloomfield and will be moving from West Bloomfield to this area.
Any other questions or comments? Trustee Freeman.
Just to be clear on the resume, I don't think this really came up in the interview process because both her Davison residence and her West Bloomfield residence were both reflected in the resume. So I kind of, similar to Trustee Reyes, I wonder, I mean, this seems a bit like a misrepresentation, and to be asking for an allowance for moving expenses to come for a limited term engagement, which is really more like a consulting position, it's just kind of boggles my mind.
Thank you. Any comments? Bill, any response?
No more.
No response. Thank you for your comment. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none. A roll call vote on item 2.28, approval of interim presidential candidate contract.
I was under the impression that that was just questions regarding what the attorney had said. I do have a comment before we go to roll call vote. I voted for who I thought was the most qualified person for this position. You know, I think that the selection of this individual who, you know, we had 3 people with PhDs and have lived and worked in academia their entire life and have really earned their seat at the table. I think that my mind is still a little boggled on how this selection was made or for what purpose it was made, because we have someone who has a lesser educational credential than probably most of the people that she'll be working for, has never worked in an academic institution before. And quite honestly, will be completely reliant upon everybody in this college who have worked and sweat and given everything into this college. I just, if it were me, I frankly would be a little bit embarrassed and to be taking this position when you're not the qualified candidate. And for that purpose, I will be voting no on this contract.
Thank you very much, Trustee Freeman. Are there any other comments, questions? We'll now go to the roll call vote. Trustee Reyes.
No.
Trustee Freeman.
No.
Trustee Couch.
Yes.
Trustee Swanson.
Yes.
Trustee Daly.
Yes.
Trustee Wendy.
Yes.
And myself, yes. The contract has been. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is communications. Jordan, do we have any communications this evening?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have 3 letters that have been submitted.
Mr. Chair,
Just so you're aware, if you haven't
Mr.
looked
Chair.
at an agenda, communications start first. Yes.
you had said that we were going to rearrange this, so there are still public comments.
Public comments come after the communications as it's set in the agenda. So we have our communications now first, and then we go to public comments. So, are there any communications, Jordan?
Yes, Mr. Chair. There's been 3 letters that have been submitted by F. Jack Belzer, PC, attorneys and counselors at law from Flint, Michigan. All 3 have been dated June 14, 2024. The first is representing Swartz Creek Community Schools, and it states, "Dear Sir, Madam, enclosed herewith, please find true copies of the petition pursuant to MCL 211.56A, affidavit of treasurer, and request for hearing on motion relative to the above referenced matter. Also enclosed, please find the proposed order to strike unpaid personal property taxes from assessment rolls, which our office will be submitting to the court at the time of the motion hearing, which is scheduled for Monday, August 5th, 2023 at 1 p.m. before Judge Mark Lachna via Zoom. Should you have any questions concerning this letter, please feel free to contact our office at your convenience." I believe that was a typo that they submitted, so it's probably dated 2024. The second is representing Lake Fenton Community Schools. "Dear Sir, Madam, enclosed herewith, please find true copies of the petition pursuant to MCL 211.56A, affidavit of treasurer, and request for hearing on motion relative to the above referenced matter. Also enclosed, please find the proposed order to strike unpaid personal property taxes from assessment rolls, which our office will be submitting to the court at the time of the motion hearing, which is scheduled for Monday, July 29th, 2024 at 1 p.m. before Judge Mark Lachna via Zoom. Should you have any questions or concerning this letter, please feel free to contact our office at your convenience." And then the last is from representing Grand Blanc Community Schools. "Dear Sir, Madam, enclosed herewith, please find true copies of the petition pursuant to MCL 211.56A, affidavit of treasurer, and request for hearing on motion relative to the above referenced matter. Also enclosed, please find the proposed order to strike unpaid personal property taxes from assessment rolls, which our office will be submitting to the court at the time of the motion hearing, which is scheduled for Monday, July 22nd, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. before Judge Chris Christensen via Zoom. Should you have any questions concerning this letter, please feel free to contact our office at your convenience. And that would conclude communications.
That concludes the communications. Thank you. In accordance with Section 1640 of the Meeting Procedures Board policy states that the board chairperson shall invite the public to address the board. All citizens who wish to address the board or who wish to communicate with the board in writing shall identify themselves and/or the group they represent, if any. They must also state their reason for addressing the board. Citizens addressing the board shall be limited to 5 minutes in making their remarks, unless the time is increased or decreased by consent of the board. A brief supporting the remark made by the citizen may be submitted to the board for its consideration. Jordan, do we have any comments from the public this evening?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The first has been submitted by Anthony Alexander Sr. from Grand Blanc, and on the topic of interview process for interim president.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Again, just want to thank you all for allowing me to speak this evening. Again, my name is Anthony Alexander Sr. I'm the chairman of the board for the Foundation for Mott Community College. I'm the treasurer of the Brewing Club. I'm the treasurer of the Brewing Club of Genesee County, and I served in the capacity of president of that organization for 8 years. I'm currently now the treasurer. The Brewing Club has provided over $3 million for student athletes at the college. I'm also the chairman of the citywide celebration for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I want to share with you, in 1992, 2000, and 2014, I was on the selection committee as we wanted to interview different prospective presidents for this college. As I look around this board, I only see one person that actually has done that, and that's Michael. And that was in 2014 as we interviewed Dr. Beverly and other people on the board. So I've been attending board meetings since 1983. So I've seen a lot during my lifetime. I'm 69 years old, so I started very young. Dr. Arnold, Dr. Shank, Dr. Beverly. And our charge was to send qualified candidates to the board for the possibility to be president of this great institution of higher learning. I'm going to repeat what I just said, higher learning. Yes, on the 11th of, I believe that was the date for the interviews. So what I did, I looked at the interviews through YouTube, and I looked at them again because I wanted to make sure that I actually saw the same interview that members of this board saw. Because there was one candidate, in my opinion, who was more than qualified. And what this board has done has decided that we want to put a person in the presidency of this college that is really a CFO. We have an excellent CFO in this college with Leonard Gawker. This individual that the board has selected has a finance background, but let me tell you something about finance, because I'm in finance. If you're that successful in finance and you're dealing with billions of dollars, you're making a lot of money. So why would you want this job? It appeared that it's a domino effect. When you all vote, it's totally one-sided. Where is the civility when you're at a board meeting? Where is it? One of the candidates asked the question, what makes you lose sleep? One of the board members said, dysfunction of this board. Now that's bad. That's really bad. Why did the board rush to have an interim for this board, for the college, when you had a wonderful person in place already? Just doesn't make sense. Jason, you need to be commended for the job that you have done. And as you all can tell, I've been involved with this college for many, many years, more years than the majority of the people in this room. I want you all to look in the mirror sometime and say this. One of our past chairmen would always say this: mirror, mirror on the wall, what you see, I don't see it all. That's this board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers or letters this evening?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment's been submitted by Arthur Woodson of Stewart Avenue on the topic of the agenda.
All right, every meeting. And I just started coming. Y'all worse than the Flint City Council. I swear, not y'all too. John Daly, I thought you was a fair man. I used to go over to the road commission and help you fight against the board over there because they was doing you wrong. And you left me out there hanging because they offered you some money and you resigned out of nowhere. That was crazy. Wendy, I cannot believe you voted for her. I cannot believe, and what really topped it off is the fact that you wouldn't allow us to speak before y'all voted on this contract. That's the most upsetting thing out of all of this, because she got up and walked away without even listening to the people who work here. So that already lets you know what she's gonna do when she get into office. But the other part of it is that y'all keep saying this is what Dr. Beverly got paid. Dr. Beverly had serious credentials. This lady has never, she has never even been a teacher before, and y'all paying her all this. And then she's supposed to live in Davidson, and then y'all gonna pay her to move? I mean, I'm just sitting back thinking about how y'all brought the lawyer in, how you all put all 5s for him, and then put all 1s and 2s for the people that y'all didn't want. Y'all are crooked. Y'all more crooked than New York, Chicago, Jersey. I mean, all those different places, man. I mean, it's sad. And y'all just keep doing things like you don't even care. Mr. Swanson, I think you up for election. Aren't you up for election? I swear to God, man, everybody should be talking about trustees right now and voting and getting all y'all off this trustee board, because it makes no sense, man. Andy, you are real dirty. I'm serious. You are dirty. You are corrupt. I don't care. You can go over to the Seventh Circuit and put lawsuits in for defamation, whatever you like to do. But you are corrupt, dirty, and you really need to resign. Ms. Couch, I don't know. You tried to stop me from talking to Wendy. Now, if it would have been anybody else, you wouldn't have had anything to say. You need to resign. I'm serious. You just need to resign, for real. I'm just speaking the truth. You need to resign because you just here. You just here. You just look around and yes. If Andy wink at you and tell you to vote, you saying yes. You really need to resign. Out of 7 presidents, each and every one of them, and it was one provost, every one of them had educational background. This lady has nothing, nothing. And we knew that y'all was gonna vote for her before you even voted for her. The lawyer, that's your puppet, that's your buddy right there. He gonna do and say everything. I know you can laugh, you're gonna laugh about it, but he's your puppet. You brought him here. And then y'all got together and made it to where he would get the job by putting all 5s on there because Ms. Bobby Watson had the paperwork. I saw it. Y'all are really sad, man. Politics should not be in education and health. Period. Period, man. And I mean, I love the eye contact and everything, but you don't intimidate me. I am not afraid of you. And I'm gonna say it again. You are corrupt. You are a sorry piece of mess, man. And you should not be on this board. And I'm letting you know straight up, man, I give you my eye contact. I'm glad you're giving me eye contact so you can know that I mean it from the deepest part of my heart, that you are pitiful. I'm serious. I don't have anything else to say about it, man. This is crazy. John, you on paperwork too. You on paperwork, FBI paperwork, man. So I know things that you do. And I mean, seriously, this is really sad. And Wendy, I swear, man, I really wanted you to be fair. I really did. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers today?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Christine Stolecki from Lansing on the topic of interim president appointment. Members of the board, I have spent my entire career teaching political science to college students. I have no formal training in aeronautics, but I have flown many times and I watch a lot of documentaries on airplanes. I even have an airport close to my house, so I see planes fly over all the time. Plus, I've studied political science and I know a lot about the FAA. So let me ask you, given my experience and knowledge, if you found out that I was chosen by the people in this room to fly your plane, would you stay on the plane? If you didn't question my sanity and the sanity of the people who chose me to fly your plane, then something is wrong with your own sanity as well. Appointing Shonda Richardson Snell to the role of interim president over the other candidates is akin to choosing me to pilot your plane over Sully Sullenberger. You've trivialized the work and expertise required of a college president, and if this appointment stands, you will damage the integrity of this institution. Shame on you for failing to do your due diligence and look after the interest of this institution, and shame on Richardson Snell for accepting the position when she is clearly out of her depth. I studied political science long enough to know ideologically driven nonsense when I see it. You're not fooling anyone, but there's still time for you to prove me wrong. Please reconsider your decision and fix this mistake before we all crash.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments today?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Beverly Lloyd of Court Street on the topic of interim president candidate selection. It is an absolute travesty that the Board of Trustees did not have the college's overall interest in mind when they bypassed VP Wilson for the position of interim president. The most important consideration for choosing an interim president should have been the continuing of conducting business. Given that and his proven ability to meet and exceed MCC strategic goals, along with his experience, professionalism, and ability to answer questions intelligently without giant cliff notes because he knows MCC, should have been more than enough. MCC would have continued on the business as usual. It would have been seamless. It would have maintained trust between staff and administration and the Board of Trustees. In one vote, you managed to destroy what little respect and trust staff members have had for an infighting embarrassment of a Board of Trustees. So it makes me wonder, for those that voted against him, what is your real agenda? It certainly wasn't MCC, and it certainly wasn't the student or the staff. You should be ashamed, do better. The next comment.
Thank you for that one.
The next comment has been submitted by Amy Gilly, Flint, Michigan, on the topic of board process for hiring interim president. As an employee at Mott Community College and a resident of the city of Flint, I am shocked that a majority of Board of Trustees would hire an interim president who has zero experience in higher education. The Higher Learning Commission, policy number CRRT.C10010, on assumed practices, which are a set of practices shared by institutions of higher education in the United States. Unlike the criteria for accreditation, these assumed practices are generally matters to be determined as facts rather than matters requiring professional judgment. The institution's administrative structure includes a chief executive officer, chief financial officer, a chief academic officer, title may vary, with appropriate credentials and experience and sufficient focus on the institution to ensure appropriate leadership and oversight. Chandra Richardson Snell has not even taught a course as an adjunct. Her motivation to switch careers was unclear beyond saying she was concerned about the future of higher education. Education is not a business, profit is not the goal, Mott Community College is not a financial company. It is a comprehensive community college whose mission is to educate, to research, and to support community needs. The board's process in hiring the interim president is unlike any I've ever seen in my 30 years in higher education. When the minimum qualifications was dropped to a bachelor's degree, I knew we were in trouble. The timeline was very abbreviated. The position was not on any national job boards. There was no inclusion of students, staff, faculty, or community in the search process. The interim candidates did not make a public presentation or meet with the college community. While the president is the employee of the board, the president leads the college. An interim president ensures continuing. This candidate will need months to learn how a college works. Employees will have to spend time teaching her at the expense of moving forward, and this appointment puts the college at risk of a show caused by HLC. Jason Wilson has served capably as acting president. He has extensive experience in higher education, administration, and more importantly, he has the respect of faculty, staff, students, and community. Part of the reason I decided to work at Mott was Mott's commitment to shared governance. While the processes are slow at times, the value of having input from faculty and staff regarding academic issues ensures integrity in the process. The other reason was the college's strong commitment to students. Mott serves a diverse population, creates opportunities for a largely underserved community. Initiatives like the Family Life Center are remarkable. Every day I see faculty and staff work hard to improve the quality of instructions and student access and experience. The citizens of the city of Flint have long suffered from outsiders making decisions that devalue us, i.e. redlining, blockbusting, auto industry abandonment, water crisis. Is this another one of those decisions?
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment's been submitted by Glenn Harris, Flint, Michigan, on the topic of the July 11th special meeting. I have been at MCC.
I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. I'm Glenn Harris. I've been an MCC faculty member for over 22 years now. I watched the interviews and the board special meeting on Thursday with great interest, with increasing dismay, and then outrage, and you have only increased my outrage this evening. While the four candidates certainly all met the laughably minimal requirements you put on the job posting, one of them was distinctly not like the others, given her complete lack of experience in any academic setting. So your choice raises a host of questions, none of which are answered by the extremely shoddy process you engaged in on Thursday, and none of which you've made any effort to answer this evening. During my years at Mott, I've served on many faculty search and hiring committees. Because of how open and accountable we had to be, these processes included a careful scoring of each and every question from every interviewee, followed by a thorough discussion of our reasoning from each committee member and adequate time for us to reflect and perhaps be persuaded by others. You chose to do none of this. Rather, in a transparent move to avoid accountability or transparency, you chose to leave no written or numerical record, and some of you had nothing to say during the suspiciously brief time given to the votes. You can perhaps forgive me and anyone else who would think that this all looks and smells entirely preordained. So, why is this your choice for the role of interim president, especially when interim appointments are overwhelmingly of someone who represents continuity, connection, and knowledge of an institution? Mott Community College has long prided itself on its family identity and has celebrated the values of loyalty, service, shared commitment to each other, and to our mission. Interestingly enough, you saw a highly qualified candidate who fits this description and who enjoys broad support across this campus community, and who happens to be right in front of us here. But instead, rather than following the path of good sense and reassurance, you have selected someone who came here with no relevant experience and no real knowledge of us. Although I feel great that she has all the answers in her binder somewhere. I used the word relevant a moment ago, and this is where I must now ask you directly, what is it that Ms. Richardson-Snell brings to this role that you find so urgently needed? Some of you mouthed things about the college being run more like a business. What does that mean to you? Where is the poor management now? What are the dire issues that she, as an interim, can somehow correct? What corporate values are even appropriate here, let alone superior? Please explain. If you sincerely believe that this candidate is what this college needs now, and if it's worth bringing in someone who has so much to learn so quickly, what is the problem you are trying to solve? You owe us an explanation. And this brings me to a larger question. What is your vision for this institution? Having now managed the departure of Dr. Beverly, step one, and bringing in your own selection, step two, what are you trying to do to this community college? Having caught the car, so to speak, where are you going? The person you have now selected has the support of 5 people, but I doubt you will find another handful who share that support anywhere in this campus community or wider community. I would like to know, I think we all need to know, we all deserve an explanation. What are you trying to do to this community's college? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers this evening?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Beverly Lloyd of West Court Street on the interim president candidate selection. Is that what? You guys pulled it. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. The next comment's been submitted by Kim Owens and should be representing the MCC Education Association on the topic of interim president.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Professor Kim Owens, and I am the MCCEA President. On behalf of the faculty, I would like to express our absolute dismay at the recent appointment of Shonda Richardson Snell as interim president of MCC. While her resume may be impressive from a business perspective, MCC is not a business. Though we do have financial obligations, our primary purpose is to provide our students with a quality education that will serve them well in any number of career fields. The financial aspect is a small piece of what we do. In fact, according to a recent study, nearly 80% of the college closures in the last 20 years have been for-profit colleges. A business model for higher education simply does not work. Additionally, none of the stakeholders in this college were consulted nor asked to participate in this search. The board announced at a meeting that 25 people applied for the job, and then suddenly we had 4 finalists. The board voted to appoint one of those candidates, Jason Wilson, as acting interim. A move that gave many hope that perhaps the board was finally moving in the right direction for the college. It was thus very confusing to see those same members quickly dismiss him in favor of someone who has 0 experience in higher education. The process was confusing from the beginning, especially when the board voted not to use any type of scoring rubric for the candidates, despite several strong recommendations from HR, several community members, and even your fellow trustees. Why would you not want objective supporting evidence in your choice? As you know, this kind of lack of transparency is what erodes the trust that stakeholders have in large organizations like MCC. And now you just rearrange the agenda in order to install your candidate without the opportunity for the public to speak. Again, further evidence of your utter disregard for the best interests of this college. The purpose of the board is to serve the best interests of Mott Community College. That is what you were elected to do. The board is not Mott Community College. We, the students, the faculty, the staff, and the community are. We deserve a president who knows inside and out what a community college does and who it serves. That person was Jason Wilson, not the accountant with no prior connection to anything related to higher education. You really messed this one up.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Chris Engel, and he's representing Local 2102, Supervisors and Managerial Union, and he'll be speaking on the topic of the interim president selection.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Dr. Chris Engel, and I serve as the Union President of the UAW Local 2102 Supervisor and Managerial Unit at Mott Community College. I am before you this evening on behalf of our membership to express our concern and opposition regarding the recent selection of Shonda Richardson Snell as the interim president of Mott Community College. While our membership acknowledges and respects the authority and responsibility of the board in making such decisions, our unit respectfully requests that Chandra Richardson Snell's appointment as interim president is recalled, as this decision does not serve the best interest of our institution, students, faculty, and valued community. The process leading to this appointment appears to have lacked the transparency and inclusiveness that it is critical in decision-making at this level. A decision of such significance should involve comprehensive consultation with key stakeholders, including our faculty, staff, students, and community members. This ensures that the chosen leader aligns with the collective vision and needs of our diverse community. Furthermore, it's essential that the interim president possesses a proven track record of effective leadership in higher education setting, specifically within the community college system. There are significant concerns that Chandra Richard Snell does not have the requisite experience or a demonstrated commitment to the unique mission and challenges of community colleges and our institution. This appointment raises significant questions regarding her ability and experience needed to lead our institution through the transitional period, as well as the overall institutional health of our college. In addition to our members' concerns, it should be noted that Higher Learning Commission requirements include what are called assumed practices. The assumed practices are a set of practices shared by institutions of higher education in the United States. Unlike the criteria for accreditation, these assumed practices are: 1, generally matters to be determined as facts rather than matters requiring professional judgment, and 2, not expected to vary by institutional mission or context. Every institution is expected to be compliant with the assumed practices at all times. In reference to these particular issues, policy number CRT.C.10.010 on assumed practices states, the institution's administrative structure includes a chief executive officer, chief financial officer, and chief academic officer with the appropriate credentials and experience and sufficient focus on the institution to ensure appropriate leadership and oversight. An institution may outsource its financial functions, but must have the capacity to assure the effectiveness of this arrangement. The Board of Trustees' recent hire of an interim president who has zero experience in higher education and whose credentials do not meet the assumed practice is cause for grave concern. A leader who has experience in higher education as faculty, administrators, or staff understand the complexities of operating a college under a singular mission, and with higher education experience, knows how to develop the type of curriculum that meets the diverse needs of our community. Furthermore, they have the ability to articulate and communicate with the faculty and deans to effectively implement this curriculum, which includes not just academic content, but student support services, facilities, technology, staffing, etc. Furthermore, the ability of the faculty and staff to do the work of the college is tied to their leader. No employee had a role in the hiring of this interim president. This also is an issue in terms of HLC guiding values, which includes governance for the well-being of an institution and reads, the well-being of an institution requires that its governing board place that well-being above the interests of its own members and the interests of any other entity. Because HLC accredits the educational institution itself and not the state system, religious organizations, corporations, medical centers, or other entities that may own it, it holds the governing board of an institution accountable for the key aspects of the institution's operation. The governing board must have the independent authority for such accountability and must also hold itself independent of undue influences from individuals, be it their donors, elected officials, supporters of athletics, shareholders, and others with personal or political interests. Governance of a quality institution of higher education will include a significant role for faculty, in particular with regards to currency and sufficiency of the curriculum, expectation for student performance, qualifications of the instructional staff, and adequacy of resources for instructional support. When the Learning Higher Commission assumes practices and governance by accreditation comes into question, an institution could face irreversible consequences. This includes the ability to participate in federal financial aid programs via Title IV of the Higher Education Act and is subject to institutional compliance with the terms and conditions set forth.
Thank you very much.
I would like to respectfully request
Sir, before you
2
leave,
minutes.
I'm going to ask my board if it's okay to have you continue, so
I
please
appreciate
wait.
that.
Without objection, can the gentleman complete his statement? There's no objections. Please continue.
Thank you. Specifically, regulation set forth in 34C.4.R Part 600 requires that for an institution to be considered an eligible institution to administer Title IV program funds, that institutions must be accredited by a nationally recognized accrediting agency. If these type of decisions continue to be made by our Board of Trustees and our accreditation status is called into question by the Higher Learning Commission, the Higher Learning Commission is required under 34C.F.R Part 602 and 668 to share that information with the Department of Education. Consequently, the Department of Education will in turn need to reevaluate our institution's ability to offer financial aid to our students. Our college has been through transitions in the past. We've experienced presidential changes before. We've navigated a global pandemic. And yet we've retained our accreditation. We've stayed in compliance with laws and regulations, and we maintained our reputation and commitment to our community. As our college navigates the important transition, not only is the selection of Shonda Richardson Snell concerning, it is seen as an illogical extra step to place her in this role. Acting Interim President Wilson was recently appointed by the Board of Trustees due to his education, experience, and proven leadership to this college, our students, our faculty, our staff. With that decision in place, the Board of Trustees should direct their efforts into the process of securing a permanent college president, which is a lengthy, comprehensive, and an inclusive process. Instead, this board moved forward with an interim president search in isolation. Employees were not engaged or asked for input. There was no opportunity for students or community to have input, and no open forums were held to learn about the candidates in an unscripted dialogue session. In closing, we urge this board to recall the interim president selection of Shonda Richardson Snell and reappoint acting interim president Jason Wilson until a permanent president can be selected. If in fact this board continues with the current selection of Shonda Richardson Snell, our union will be prepared to begin an official notice to the Higher Learning Commission regarding the board's violation of assumed practices and accreditation governances as it pertains to the hiring of the interim president. We are also prepared to submit a FOIA request of all communication, written, electronic, and personal related to the hiring of the interim president. And finally, the supervisors and managerial unit will be prepared to take additional steps as it relates to the confidence we hold for current Board of Trustee members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other comments from the public?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment's been submitted by Mara Fulmer of Graham Blank and should be speaking on the topic of process used for selecting interim president.
Hello, my name is Dr. Mara Rivera Fulmer, and I'm a resident of Atlas, Michigan, and a longtime faculty member here at Mott. I'm here today because, like my colleagues behind me, I've dedicated a large portion of my life to this institution, our students, and their success. I've been here 27 years as full-time faculty and original developer of our graphic design program, and I also served 7 years as the faculty director for the Center for Teaching and Learning. Prior to Mott, I had a long career in publishing and design. I hold a bachelor's, 2 master's degrees in my field, and a doctorate in community college leadership. You see, I'm not only dedicated to the field of design, but to education, service, growth through continuous learning. Early in the design program, I recall a student who I believe was you, Mr. Everman, who was very unhappy that the degree that we were creating was not print technology. But the BLS data showed at the time a future with a shrinking printing industry, while forecasting growth for more digitally oriented design. As the now defunct Flint Journal print facility confirms, we made the right decision. At Mott, I've had the privilege of working with the most amazing people, from leadership to faculty to all corners of our staff. And while we may not always agree on every action or decision being made, I could never question their commitment to our students, institution, and community's best interests. That is, until now. These last 19 months, I have seen members of this board show complete disdain for the people who are experts in the field, people who are committed to the integrity of this institution and its mission. Yet some members of this board have come to your roles without regard for the complex and serious nature of operating an educational institution and the work that we are doing every single day. While serving for a short period as interim assistant VP for academic affairs early on in the pandemic, I went through the Higher Learning Commission's accreditation liaison officer training. Let me share the consequences of how some of your behavior could threaten our accreditation, in addition to what you've already heard. So under HLC's Criterion 2, Integrity, Ethical, and Responsible Conduct, Part 2C1 states, quote, "The governing board is trained and knowledgeable so that it makes informed decisions with respect to the institution's financial and academic policies and practices. It has become clear to me, however, that you are not only unprepared, you even distrust those who are knowledgeable in these areas." Part 2C3 states, quote, "The governing board reviews the reasonable and relevant interests of the institution's internal and external constituencies during its decision-making deliberations. But you have been disingenuous in considering the concerns of our college and community members, and this was made very clear by your decision to hire somebody with absolutely no experience in higher education." Then Part 2C5 states, quote, "The governing board delegates day-to-day management of the institution to the administration and expects the faculty to oversee academic matters." Now, I'm not alone in expressing my concern that the board has an interest in getting more involved in day-to-day operations, which would be, of course, a clear violation of this criterion. I was going to speak about some of HLC's assumed practices, but you've already been made aware of those by several of my colleagues tonight. So I'll move on to the part where even the perception of conflict by hiring your personal counsel as the board's new attorney put us at risk, while raising the same concern when hiring someone actively involved in financial services and investments that you, Mr. Everman, may even have a connection with, but we don't know. Right? That said, your selected candidate came to the interview ill-prepared in her knowledge of this institution and its record of success. When asked, she clearly had no idea about Mott's nationally recognized athletics program, nor our fully accredited police department, nor our continuing A+ Moody financial rating. I have served on many hiring committees, yet I'd never seen someone at an interview referencing a binder full of notes and treating it as if it were an open book test. Her selection is another example of your total disregard for actual experience in educational operations and leadership. And this is what I fear will be the downfall of our beloved college. Be forewarned that
Thank you very much, Mara. Thank you very much. Without objection, will the board allow Dr. Fulmer?
Yes.
Dr. Fulmer to continue. Gentlemen? Continue. Go ahead.
Be forewarned that I and others are not standing idly by, even as your behavior has cast intense stress upon us at a time when we should be focusing on our students' learning, not worrying about the destruction of the very institution we've committed our lives to. The shame you bring upon us will not be tolerated for the long term. Mott will prevail in spite of your incompetence, and that's because of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers this evening?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment's been submitted by an anonymous alumni, Anton Anonymous. To the Mott Board of Trustees, hello Mott faculty, staff, and members of the board. I'm sending this letter to voice my concerns about the recent revelations regarding the direction the college is going. As a Mott College alumni, I had the distinct privilege of working at Prawl Education Center during the 2021-2022 school year. During this time, the amount of people that streamed in through the doors was more than I ever had seen enter the building before. Single parents with their children toddling in tow, barely 18-year-old kids from low-income families, and exhausted older individuals in blue-collar work uniforms were a few types of people I saw come through those doors, and they all had one thing in common. Every single time without fail, they would walk up to the desk and tell the person sitting there that they were there to present their vaccination cards to get a free class. This experience opened my eyes to just how important Mott College is to the community as a whole. The single parents that want to give their children a better life, the trailblazing first-generation college students, and the blue-collar workers exhausted from long hours all look to Mott and see a rare chance at a better life. The endless clubs, numerous associations, and infinite outreach programs put on by the college are not put on just to burn up money. The work and service of the classic American dream, to come into a new place and work for a better life which this college willingly provides. Mott is a fantastic place, not in spite of the community it serves, but because it serves the community at all. The core of what makes Mott a place worth being is its heart, and it starts being run like a business. That heart will wither away until Mott just becomes one in a million faceless bureaucratic institutions serving nothing and no one but the almighty dollar. The mantra, changing lives for a changing world, will become a false canned platitude to be plastered on window banners rather than an honest promise that college strives every single day to abide by. The college needs someone who cares about the well-being of the citizens of Flint, Fenton, Saginaw, Lapeer, Burton, Waterford, and more. This college needs someone who cares about the integrity of higher education and the betterment it brings to society. The college needs someone who cares about the 100 years of service Mott has given to the community. In short, this college needs someone that cares about it, not the programs they can cut in favor of saving a dollar. To cap off this letter, I will leave with a quote from our very own founder, Charles Stewart Mott, the man whose land this college sits on, whose donations founded Mott's Children's Hospital, and whose work through the Mott Foundation helped thousands. Let us be known by our deeds and not our money. I urge you to take this quote in consideration and strongly encourage you to change your decision on the person whom you selected as interim president. And while you think, I want you to ask yourself, would C.S. Mott have stood for this? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments this evening?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment's been submitted by Stuart Mitchell on the topic of interim president process. As a faculty member, I am left with a large feeling of uncertainty from this decision. The candidate who was chosen for this role does not have any career experience in education, and this decision was made with minimal chance for input from faculty, staff, students, and the community we serve. With those thoughts in mind, I am uncertain how this decision is meant to support the faculty, staff, students, and community that make this institution function.
Thank you very much. Is there any more?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment's been submitted by Lynn Sutton from Gatesboro Drive, and she has submitted comment on the appointment of interim college president position. By this appointment, the board infers the candidate, Shonda Richardson Snell, has the most suitable qualifications for the position of interim college president. Of all the candidates presented, although she is the sole person that has no background whatsoever relating to higher education. Additionally, according to the board, the selection process they utilized in appointing the interim president was a completely valid one. Yet it allowed only this one candidate to reference notes that may reflect others' work and ideas, and possibly may not even have been prepared by said candidate. Does the board then believe the lack of adherence to posted position qualifications and the selection process followed as an appropriate model for selecting new faculty or other Mott Community College employees.
Does that conclude that one?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Are there any more?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the next comment's been submitted by Paula Weston of Flushing, Michigan, and on the selection of Mott president. Good evening, Mott Board of Trustees and Interim President Richardson Snell. Hello to my Mott colleagues and members of the public. My name is Paula Weston, and I've been an English professor at Mott Community College since 2008. I wish I could deliver these remarks in person, but I'd like to look at each of you in the eye. Trustee Freeman and Reyes, to thank you for your sincere service to Mott Community College, and Trustee Couch, Daly, and Trustee Couch, Daly, Everman, Swanson, and Wolcott, to give notice that I see what you're attempting to do to this great institution. Interim President Richardson Snell, I'd like to see your face too as you listen to the remarks of the community that recognizes your part in what can only be described as a collective effort to undermine public education. I represent no one but myself with these remarks. I'm not speaking on behalf of anyone else at Mott, nor do I represent any group at Mott. This is me, a woman with 37 years of higher education, teaching experience, and a member of the local community, telling you that the hiring of Miss Richardson Snell and the process that led to her hiring are unethical and irresponsible. Ms. Richardson Snell has no higher education experience. That she was the only one of 4 finalists without higher education experience told me in advance of our interview that a majority of this board had already decided to hire her. Likely in yet another meeting that violated the Open Meetings Act, it's not a stretch since that's how this board has operated even before Trustees Swanson and Wolcott, elected in November of 2022, were seated officially on the board in January 2023. That Jason Wilson, Mott's Vice President of Student Academic Success, was passed over for the position of interim president tells me that this board has no desire to see a smooth transition between Dr. Beverly Walker Graffia's administration and that of the president to be hired. Mr. Wilson was clearly the only candidate for the job. I watched Trustee Everman's disrespectful interactions with Dr. Walker Graffia for a year. It was clear that the other board members wanted her gone. Now, after serving admirably as acting interim president, my excellent colleague, Jason Wilson, has been insulted with this snub. There's a pattern here. In addition to sharing characteristics that make them great leaders and administrators, Beverly and Jason have something else in common. They're both black. These are optics that are hard to ignore. Yes, I wish I could be there in person to remind the board that we're all watching you closely as you craft a process for choosing Mott's new president. Listen to the voices telling you that the only correct, ethical, transparent path is one that includes Mott staff, faculty, and students, plus members of the local community. And let the community's reaction to the hiring of interim President Richardson Snell be a bellwether as you continue forward. We are watching, we are the community part of Mott Community College, and we will protect our college from anyone who attempts to undermine its mission or tarnish its reputation. We will use our pens and keyboards, we will use our voices, we will use our votes. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Next comment's been submitted by Ms. MP Johnson, a Mott employee of Flint, Michigan, and on the topic of open letter to the board. Chair Everman, Trustee Couch, Daly, Swanson, and Wolcott. I'm an employee of the college, but not using my real name for fear of retaliation. I'm writing regarding the decision to hire Richardson Snell as interim president. Trustee Swanson stated that he's always thought the college should be run like a business. Sir, no, it should not. A public college is not a business, and if you took your role as trustee for a public college seriously, you would see you have put us in jeopardy. Trustee Daly, as a highly educated man, I would have hoped that you would understand that consistency makes better sense during the search for a permanent president, and kept Jason Wilson on. It was disappointing to see you vote for the candidate with no experience, the candidate that will not even understand the college for at least the first 90 days. Trustee Wolcott, you try to absolve yourself by wanting the board to get along and that you lose sleep over this, and yet you always vote with the chair, and there's a rumor that you promised him something if you'd get Richardson Snell in. And we all know you have a higher aspirations than Mott. Trustee Couch, we all know you do whatever the chair tells you to do. No thoughts of anything else. And Chair Everman, you are chaotic and disruptive. You have yet to apologize for your vulgar language on the first night you were chair. You think you know what's best for the college, and you claim to love it, but you have no idea how to properly go about anything. Richardson Snell is not qualified to run a college, and you are not qualified to be a leader. Fed up in Flint.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Michael Stogsdill of Flint, Michigan, on the topic of disastrous interim president interviews. I'm going to say this plainly. We all know that you colluded to offer the position of interim president to Shonda Richardson Snell. You have been nothing but blatant about your intentions. You insisted that the higher leadership position of the college not require an advanced degree. You brought forward a candidate with no educational background. It was obvious that she received coaching prior to the interview. Honestly, your conspiring is so poorly conceived that it insults the intelligence of the people of Genesee County. I want to make it clear we are also aware of your motivation. Richardson Snell's political affiliations is a matter of public record. In her position as TI Automotive Treasurer, she gave money to MAGA Republican political action groups. I'm deeply saddened that the individual with these types of backwards values would be allowed to hold the highest leadership position in our community's most respected educational institution. Every board member that voted to offer the position to her has sold their soul for a paltry amount of relevance. Using the inherently non-political position of board trustee to nakedly further your own political ambitions is disgraceful, embarrassing, and criminal. Trustee Swanson summed up your agenda nicely with his obvious attempt to obfuscate the board's conspiring. I like that she has a business background. Andy Everman further elaborated when he revealed his desire to dismantle MCC's infrastructure. These comments succinctly demonstrate why Trustees Couch, Swanson, Wolcott, Everman, and Daly do not deserve to serve our community. Mott is not a business. It is a nonprofit. Its role is not to make money. It is to educate, employ, and support our community. Mott students are not economic units. They are people that deserve an enriching educational experience that prepares them to engage as well-informed, ethical, and capable citizens. Preparation for a career is a small, arguably secondary outcome of higher education. I don't blame these trustees for not understanding the responsibilities of their position. None of the 5 problematic trustees have an educational background. Some of them never even earned a college degree. All of them are products of privilege. They have been elevated to an unearned position of power through the machinists of inherently racist and sexist oligarchy. What I simply can't fathom is the hubris to believe that the people of Genesee County would not see your obvious subterfuge. It reeks of a child that has never been able to face the repercussions of their actions. Please take a moment to internalize the thesis of my statement today. This community has been economically ravaged by soulless corporate interests before. We know how the story ends, and we will not be victim to your petty ambitions. The voters of Genesee County will hold you accountable for your actions.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment's been submitted by Larry Ucarts of Ann Arbor on the topic of Trustee Everman's board leadership. I want to share 2 brief experiences with you this evening. Here's the first. Shortly after I came to MCC 24 years ago, I served on a hiring committee for a full-time English composition faculty position. We got nearly 100 application letters, and the first step in screening was to call unqualified applicants from well-qualified ones. I can recite the opening lines of one of the letters by heart. It read, "While I never actually taught composition or anything else at a college level, I enjoyed offering harmonica lessons for several years now and would like to expand my skill set." Now here's the second experience. As Faculty Association President from 2010 to 2022, I vividly remember the number of times Andy Everman shared his thoughts with me about the college administration. Andy presented himself as an unapologetic champion of our students and employees, a defender against bad intent, bad decision, and what he often implied was bad conduct. I especially remember Mr. Everman's disgust after the appointment of the replacement trustee earlier in the decade. In his view, open interviews with other candidates had only been token gestures for the sake of optics, and the rest of the board clearly had its decision made ahead of time. As Andy saw it, the whole charade was another example of bad conduct by bad actors with bad intent. Last Thursday, 5 members of this board performed what appeared to me to be a rehearsed skit that amounted to hiring a harmonica teacher as a writing instructor. And Trustee Everman, formerly an extremely vocal critic of obvious choreography, instead took a starring role in it, choreography. I won't point out the endless reasons why it's dangerous towards someone with no higher education experience, no prior interest in the education and training we offer, no connections to the higher education community, and no clear reason for even having applied to be a college president with that exact position and title. You already know the dangers. I also won't point out the clear difference between national executive searches overseen by third-party specialists that other colleges and universities have conducted, and the slapdash process thrown together here at Mott. You're all aware of the meticulous, transparent, ethical, stakeholder-inclusive best hiring practices that our peer institutions insist on. The same best practices the MCC followed in hiring Dr. Walker Graffia 10 years ago. The best practices that Trustee Everman openly praised at the time as the kind of supreme professionalism this college was known for. The community elected this board to maintain that shining reputation and to keep the college healthy and safe from harm. The missteps of last Thursday have to be addressed before MCC suffers lasting damage to its standing in the community and among our peer community colleges across the state. But it will require a commitment to transparency, professionalism, and excellence that were nowhere to be seen last Thursday. So Andy, it's me confiding in you. Be the champion to MCC that you've always seen yourself as being. For years you tried to be a watchdog, but no one paid attention to your warnings. Now everyone is watching. Fix this broken board before it leaves our college in ruins.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Next comment has been submitted by Jonathan Shaver of Flint, Michigan, on the topic of a terrible interview etiquette. I am shocked and dismayed after my viewing of the board's interviews for the position of interim president. Your bickering during Dr. Diana Phillips' interview was completely unprofessional. Andy Everman in particular should be ashamed of his dismissive and petulant behavior. You have once again proven that you lack the integrity required of the chairman position. You should be ashamed. As disconcerting as the childish squabbling during the Dr. Phillips interview was, it was only the most obvious disgrace of the interview process. Why would the board insist on interviewing for a temporary position? Why would you move forward with such a weak pool of candidates? Both Dr. Phillips and Ms. Richardson-Snell were clearly unqualified for the position. I submit that moving forward without a qualified female candidate is sexist and deliberate. Dr. Knight could have been a reasonable candidate, but is clearly suffering from cognitive decline, only rivaled by Trustee Couch and Everman's own waning faculties. The obvious decision after conducting these candidate interviews should have been to begin again with a strong pool. Any HR professional or competent business owner would know that a successful search relies on the quality of candidates. Of course, why would this board know that? You are not HR professionals. You are not even the successful business owners that some of you claim to be. Finally, the most egregious of transgressions was the selection of Richardson Snell over Mr. Wilson. He was clearly the only qualified candidate of mind that you had. His performance during the interview was exemplary. Not that it had to be given his poor competition. Any reasonable outside observer can see this from the favoritism that it is. I will not be at all surprised when the pre-existing relationship between Richardson Snell and the board members that voted for her is brought to light. The goal of this search was to find the very best leader for one of its community's most cherished educational institutions, not to install your toady to do your bidding.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment's been submitted by Bruce Chalmers of Midland, Michigan on the topic of interim president. I received notification of the interim selection of Shonda Richardson Snell for president of Mott Community College. Reviewing the qualifications of Ms. Snell, I am at a disbelief how the board could select a person who has no higher education experience over a person who has over 29 years higher education experience. Dr. Brett Knight has an outstanding history of higher education. Knight's experience includes presidencies at 3 other community colleges. His extensive background with various educational institutions, coupled with his experience with an investment firm and a large regional retail chain, brings a unique blend of expertise to Lansing Community College. He stated that performance benchmarks are one of the most telling reflections of a successful leader. Under Dr. Knight's leadership, the downtown campus has been transformed to contemporary strategic branding, and marketing plan has been implemented, community partnerships have grown, recruitment efforts have expanded, and upgrades to technology have been added, making LCC a college like no other. Dr. Brent has received the 2022 AACC Leadership Award. This is an asset to help Mott excel now and in the future. Based on the board's selection, this is no more than a political move to further expand the liberal left woke movement, which has cut to the core of our Constitution, an attempt for pure political gain from political persons and government overreach to doctorate students instead of advancing them to compete and survive in the global economy. I have personally met and had discussions with Charles Stewart Mott, and if he knew what the college is attempting to do, he would be embarrassed to have his name associated with the college. It is a shame and embarrassment that the board, instead of selecting the most qualified, chose to select a person that will continue to follow a political woke agenda.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Carrie Devone, Mott Community College, Grand Blanc, on the topic of interim president. Hello, Board of Trustees. My name is Carrie Devone. I am a business instructor here at Mott Community College, and I've attended most of the Board of Trustees meetings since the current board has been in place. I am sorry I could not be there today, but the situation is too important not to let my voice be heard. Speaking from firsthand experience, I have never witnessed anything more egregious and unprofessional in my life. It would be comical if it weren't so serious and detrimental to the administrators, staff, faculty, and most importantly, our students. Our students without them, no one would really be here. Our students who seem to have been lost in the shuffle to accommodate what appears to be professional or personal vendetta against our former leader, Dr. Beverly Walker Graffia, whom is a well-educated and respected professional with an extensive background in higher ed and always put our students first. As a business professional and educator, I am at a loss for how this appointment is even possible. It is unfathomable that someone who is so clearly unqualified would even submit themselves for such a position. The board has made a serious mistake, and this is not the first time. However, this latest antic will have a severe negative consequence for the college. Reasonable people can disagree in good faith on important issues. However, hiring an interim president with absolutely no higher ed experience goes beyond reasonable disagreement and places Mott in harm's way of losing our accreditation. And this is not the first time this board has made questionable decisions. But the difference is this time, Dr. Beverly is not here to correct your ill-slated path. I had an opportunity to speak with Chair Everman directly after the interviews, but before the board discussion on the candidates. He indicated who he would absolutely not vote for, and I informed him who the faculty would feel most comfortable with as the interim president. And it certainly was not the person with no experience in higher ed. The most reasonable and qualified person for this role is VP Jason Wilson. Trustee Daly's explanation on wanting someone with a business background to conduct audits simply does not ring true. And insinuating that there was something unethical happening with the finances is absurd. Please keep in mind, Mott has consistently had an A+ rating consecutively under the leadership of Dr. Beverly and the Qualified Executive Committee. As a business professional, I do not think someone with Shonda Richardson Snell's experience has the necessary skills required to effectively lead Mott Community College.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next one has been submitted by Amber Carey of Flint, Michigan, on the topic of horrible interviews. In my many number of years as a member of this community, I've always been able to say that Mott Community College is one of the things I'm proudest about this community. Repeated winning votes for bond renewals spoke to the confidence this community had in Mott Community College. Until recently, when Mott Community College was mentioned in the media, it was in a positive light. Lately, it seems that whenever Mott Community College makes the headlines, it is for the wrong reasons. The chair of the Board of Trustees was caught on a hot mic, using a word I won't repeat in polite company. 4 trustees were accused of violating the Open Meetings Act, and now this board has chosen possibly the most inept and unqualified candidate in this institution's century-long history to hold the position of interim president. It boggles the mind as to why, out of 4 candidates interviewed, this board would opt for Shonda Richardson Snell, a corporate shill with absolutely zero higher education experience. Her answers to interview questions were laughable, and even more so when it became evident that she had been heavily coached. I can only assume that what Trustee Daly, Everman, Swanson, Wolcott, and Couch want in a college president is not a competent higher education professional, but a puppet, a Caucasian Republican puppet that they can manipulate into doing their bidding, whatever they may be. Trustee Wolcott, when you were campaigning for your current seat on the Board of Trustees, you said that you wanted to restore the college to some normalcy. In which universe is a college president with zero higher education experience a return to normalcy? I eagerly await your response to the question during this evening's meeting's comments from the board segment. Furthermore, I'd love to know if you would continue to describe yourself as a proud graduate of Mott Community College. If this fine institution were to lose its accreditation, which is a very real possibility with leadership that thinks a community college should be run like a business. Trustee Freeman said it best on Thursday evening when he said that a college is not a for-profit enterprise and should not be run like a business. Trying to do so only betrays your ignorance and ineptitude. None of the trustees that voted for Richardson Snell are fit to hold a position of power in our community. If you had any shred of integrity, you would step down, but I won't hold my breath.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment's been submitted by Aaron Gulas. Candlewood Drive, its topic, the college presidential search. During my time as a faculty member at Mott Community College, one of my responsibilities has been to assist with the process by which the college remains accredited with the Higher Learning Commission. This is vital to survival of the college and requires leaders who are knowledgeable of a wide array of very detailed policies and requirements. These are ongoing, complex projects which relate to every aspect of college operations. The prospect of a president, interim or otherwise, has no experience in education, presents hazards to this process, and is deeply irresponsible. The people who serve and the taxpayers fund us deserve better.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next one's been submitted by Edith Back, Seymour Road, on the topic of response to July 11th meeting. I am a business owner and a mother of 4 children, one who attended Mott, and several grandkids. I watched the MCC interim president interview live on Thursday, July 11, 2024. What I viewed was more than a little disturbing. I believe the first impressions are everything, and I was embarrassed and ashamed by what I saw. First, the level of professionalism I witnessed from Art Reyes and Michael Freeman was disgusting. When the board members did not agree to choose Jason Wilson for interim president, Michael Freeman accused his fellow board members of their choice being politically motivated. Michael Freeman and Art Reyes packed up their things and left the building after a few choice words. I have never seen such unprofessionalism. I felt like I was watching bullies in a schoolyard instead of trustees at a board meeting. You would think when elected as trustee to represent a college, you would try to dress professionally and have the skills and ability to be able to negotiate, discuss, and decide on important matters without name-calling, accusing, and stopping out of a meeting because you didn't get your way. You would think when interviewing someone for a 6-figure position, you'd want to look at as professional as the person you are interviewing. But that was not the case. The same 2 men that had the problem with Shonda Snow, who said she was not qualified for the interim position, were the same 2 men dressed like they were going to a backyard barbecue rather than to an important board meeting. Although I was very impressed with Jason Wilson and his credentials, I believe the board made the right decision in choosing Shonda Snell. I believe the college will be in great hands and leadership under Ms. Snell. I was impressed with how prepared Ms. Snell was for her interview. I was impressed with her professionalism and her credentials, especially how she was able to fundraise billions of dollars for business globally. I would hope for the sake of our students and the reputation of Mott that Mr. Reyes and Mr. Freeman will conduct themselves in a professional manner that will set a good example for our students.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Jody Griffin of Kentucky Avenue on the topic regarding trustee behavior. For decades, I have the pleasure of attending and also watching MCC board meetings online. I found it necessary to voice my concerns regarding the behavior of Trustee Freeman over the last couple of years. It has become evident that when any board member disagrees with him becomes unhinged, he verbally attacks, disrespects, bullies, and belittles whomever refutes his opinion. Also, it is astounding to see Mr. Freeman challenge the board attorney on legal opinions as if he has a law degree, and leaving one only to question the attorney's competency. I have served on several boards, and I've never seen a board chairman treated with such disrespect. The lack of sophistication and professionalism of Trustee Freeman is embarrassing and damaging to Mott Community College. In recent months, it's been brought to my attention the posts and pages of Trustee Freeman's social media. His most recent post was not just shocking, but appalling. Trustee Freeman's most recent post reads as follows. It's amazing that a small group of people can destroy a college that has been around for 100 years. Well, Mott College had a good run. The inmates are running the asylum. The Trumpers are preparing to cleanse the college. Our new interim president, part of the radical left, has a master's degree less than most of her direct reports and no higher ed experience. It is embarrassing and she should be ashamed. I guess she assumes as we are a teaching institution, she can learn on the job. My apologies to the qualified candidates who took time to apply. The deck was already loaded. It is public comments like this that promote division and violence within our college, our board, our students, and our community. Given Trustee Freeman's past and current behavior, I feel it would be in the best interest of the students and the college for Trustee Freeman to resign.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Donna Breckenridge of Otisville, and should be speaking on submitted comment on the topic of support for Shonda Richardson Snell. I want to publicly applaud the board for their hire of the new interim president, Shonda Richardson Snell. It is about time the college gets it right and hires someone qualified who can actually solve the issues on campus. I am hoping with the new leadership, Mott College will go back to the once respected, prestigious institution Charles once wanted. The voters have spoken loud and clear in the recent Mott elections, despite the voices of a few who like to hear themselves talk. Meeting after meeting, this board hears a growing concern of declining enrollment and budgetary cuts. What person better to come in and clean up the debt than a finance expert? Shonda is beyond qualified, and she's actually from here. Genesee County is a union town, and this new hire understands that. Richardson Snell has an impressive background as a retired assistant treasurer of General Motors. I hope this new interim president can get to the bottom of what's really going on in the college with the budget. I am concerned that current board members are using the staff to threaten you. It is time this board fights back. Are they upset because they wanted Beverly's choice of the successor? Is Beverly channeling through anyone to pick the president? After listening to him speak in the video, what state does this Jason Wilson reside? Where has Beverly been living? Are they working with the media to slam the new hire because it's not the previous president's pick? This should not be about someone's legacy, but the future of the college. We do not deserve a merger or consolidation. Let's keep our finances strong. Does this public really know what's going on with the budget? Do they watch all 4 hours? The Mott Community College District spans from Lapeer, Genesee, northern Oakland, and Livingston counties. I want to remind you that you should be servicing more than just Flint. All of us should be included. I want to thank you for not falling under political pressure and picking someone that is qualified in finance instead of a social justice warrior focusing on winning the next award.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment's been submitted by Sean Murray of Flint, Michigan, and he submitted a comment on the board interim president selection. Mott Community College Board of Trustees. Well, you have certainly outdone yourself this time. If your goal is to completely ruin Mott Community College's long history of serving in this community, you are well on your way. Hiring someone as the interim president whose only qualification and connection to Mott Community College and higher education is that she was born and raised in Genesee County. This does not qualify Shonda Richardson Snell to be the interim president of the college. In her opening statement, Shonda Richardson Snell referred to her application packet, which was more like a huge three-ring binder that she flipped through unabashedly throughout her entire interview. It would have been interesting to see her interview without that crutch. It was like watching a baby with a bottle. She just wouldn't let it go. In addition, she continuously referenced and even made mention of a comparative document from Northeastern University highlighting 8 of the critical characteristics required for leading in higher education as how she fulfills and meets each one of those skills. To be clear, this is not a learn-as-you-go job and is also not an entry-level position. You cannot research how to be an interim college president. And as a quick reminder, this is Mott Community College, not Northeastern University. It is not comparable. Mott has its own set of leadership requirements and does not need that of Northeastern University to be justified. This interview was difficult to watch if it wasn't for that huge binder and Miss Richardson Snell's fumbling through it searching for her pre-written answers. By the way, it was obvious. I'm not sure how she would have made it through the interview. This was not an open book test. It seems the Board of Trustees and Miss Richardson Snell do not care about the students' base or the community to which the college was designed to serve. Trustee Freeman and Trustee Reyes are the exceptions. Richardson Snell, much like the board attorney, William Brinkley, Chairperson Andy Everman, and Trustee Wendy Wolcott, Janet Couch, Jeffrey Swanson, and John Daly are all unqualified, unfit, and do not deserve to represent Mott Community College in any capacity. They are embarrassment. Also, it was evident the interview questions were not written by high-level educated and qualified professionals who are experienced in executive level job searches. Many of the questions were juvenile and not well written, especially for an executive level position. Not only was this candidate unfamiliar with the college at large, she wasn't even familiar with Mott's strategic plan. She literally read the majority of her answers from her huge binder. And to add insult to injury, she does not even have experience in higher education. Her questionable background and business acumen, as she referred to throughout her interview, are sketchy at best. Did the board seek insight from Mott employees, including administrators, staff, faculty, community, students, HR, anyone? Or did they simply bulldoze through the process as they have everything else? Under this board and the newly appointed interim president, Mott is at risk of losing its accreditation, and if they do, make no mistake, it will be because of you. The community does not approve of this interim president, as one can imagine, neither do Mott employees. So is not qualified and should not have been selected, not even to interview. Based on the board's previous behavior, it was clear that they already decided on who was going to be their choice. The interview process was simply a formality. Richardson Snell came across as disingenuous, lacking business acumen, coached and rehearsed in her interview. You all fooled no one. Lastly, VP Jason Wilson had an amazing interview, has been successful acting in this role. He is qualified, knows the student base, and deserves to be hired as the interim president.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment's been submitted by Craig McMorris, Ryan Street, and the topic of interim MCC president. I wish to express my feelings of opposition to the choice of interim college president made by the MCC Board of Trustees. It is disturbing to me that the person with absolutely no higher education experience has been selected by the board. I will be notifying the local news outlets, ABC 12, the Flint Journal, etc., regarding your decision. As MCC moves forward, it is important to have a person who has higher education experience be selected for the position. I urge the board to consider and appoint a person with such experience for interim college president, as well as your final decision for the next college president. Craig McMorris, adjunct professor, Mott Community College.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next one has been submitted by Phil Nolf of Brighton, Michigan, on the topic of interim president selection. Dear members of the Mott Community College Board of Trustees, I am writing to express my concerns regarding the recent selection of a president who lacks higher education administration experience. While I recognize the value of expertise in nonprofits and corporate finance, the decision to appoint a leader without a background in higher education administration raises several critical issues. First and foremost, the president must understand the intricacies of academic governance, student needs, faculty development, and the specific regulatory and accreditation requirements of educational institution. These areas demand specialized knowledge and experience that cannot be adequately substituted with a corporate or nonprofit background alone. Moreover, I am deeply concerned about the apparent lack of input from students, faculty, and staff in the selection process. The community that forms the backbone of Mott Community College deserves a voice in choosing its leadership. Their insights and perspectives are invaluable in ensuring that the selected president aligns with the college's mission and values. Additionally, it is troubling to consider the potential shift towards running the college as a business rather than an educational institution. While financial sustainability is essential, the primary focus of Mott Community College should always be on providing quality education and fostering a supportive learning environment. We already have an executive with strong financial acumen in Larry Gothrop, and it is crucial to balance this with leadership that prioritizes academic excellence and community engagement. I truly hope that you can convey what qualities, experiences, and objectives your selection has in addition to financial sustainability. Given the board's recent actions, including the forced departure of Dr. Beverly and the appointment of an interim president, I am not confident in the current process to find a suitable replacement. It is imperative that the board reevaluates its approach to ensure a thorough, transparent, and inclusive search that generally considers the input of all stakeholders within the college community. Thank you for your attention to these concerns. I urge you to prioritize the unique needs of our educational institution and involve the Mott Community College community in this critical decision-making process. Sincerely, Phil Knoll, MCC faculty.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the next comment's been submitted by Harley Brown from East Vienna on the topic of the president. I fear this board is the most incompetent board I've ever seen. As a young alumni of MCC, I have found embarrassment from my colleagues in the field because of this board and its actions. It's truly made itself a joke outside of the Flint community, and the pick of the interim president is just the tipping point of this. Higher education is not business. It's cute that the appointed person has experience in raising money and by all means work in higher education advancement office, not a president's office where accreditation means everything. This jeopardizes quality education in Flint. I would encourage all those affiliated with MCC to strike and stand up against this board. I find you, Board Chair Andy Everman, a child in an adult world, going on temper tantrum. I hope you know when you pass on this will be your legacy. A legacy of a community rallying around hating you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Next comment's been submitted by Jenna Andrews of Davis in Michigan on the topic of interim president. I am outraged at the choice of interim president and the way she was chosen. The process from the start has been wrought with issues and the appearance of impropriety. The fact, I need water. The fact that there were 3 excellent candidates with extensive experience in higher ed, specifically at community college level, and yet the candidate with 0 higher ed experience was chosen as unacceptable. It is not only irresponsible and tone deaf to what the college needs to thrive and best serve our students and community, but it begs the question of what interior motives the majority of the board have this candidate was even in the top 4 choices, let alone why she was selected after a mere 20 minutes of deliberation. I am beyond disappointed. I am furious and scared with what this means for our college's future. The decision demonstrates that our students and our community best interest and knowledge of higher education, specifically community colleges, work are not a priority of the Board of Trustees who selected this candidate, and begs the question, what is their priority? I'm out of state and unable to be at this meeting, but I firmly stand with the faculty and staff and Mott Union as a whole in demanding that the board's selection be reconsidered and that one of the actually qualified 3 other candidates be chosen to fill this role as interim president of Mott Community College. Dr. Jenna Andrews.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the next comment's been submitted by Joseph Karlichek on the topic of hiring the MCC president, interim president. I commend the Mott Community College Board of Trustees for the hiring of Shonda Richardson Snell. Her business acumen and background is exactly what Mott needs to bring the organization into a sustainable financial and organizational structure that is long overdue. Mott is vital for job development and growth for our county and needs strong leadership to achieve this goal. I am confident Ms. Snell will deliver on the expectations and move Mott forward. As a former Mott College student, I am excited to see this change and once again commend the board for their decision.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next one's been submitted by Alana Ferguson of Graham Blank on the topic of the presidential selection process. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Give you a little breather there. Hi. I'll read what I have here. I'm a proud Mott Bear, formerly as a student and now a faculty. For 16 years, I've worked directly with students. I see the impact that's far beyond teaching facts and skills. We are lucky enough to be part of their story, both the ups, the downs. I firmly believe that a leader of our amazing college needs to have a background in education. Our leader needs experience and understanding in education that includes our students, our community, and our classrooms. A community college is different, it's unique. We provide more than just lectures and assignments. We provide stability, a safe place, support, and encouragement. Our leader needs to have a background that supports what we do. Unfortunately, I believe the right leader was not chosen. In the most recent search, I'd like to formally request a rubric, specific criteria, be part of the process that the board determines of our amazing educational institution. And I also, because she's not here right now, know that she has a financial background. Me too, CPA, I teach accounting. How is this smart? How is this fiscally smart to spend this kind of money to train someone in a job that's interim? Spend that kind of money, move them. It makes no sense. So let's ask her that, because she has that expertise. We'll ask her that on the spending and how that's going to fit into the budget that she's going to fix. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Patricia Duffy from the group MCC-EA on the topic of interim president appointment. Presidents need experience. The board's appointment of a Mott interim president without higher education experience is short-sighted and not in the best interest of students or Mott Community College.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Bobby Walton of Davison, Michigan on the topic of democratic process and board function.
Good evening, almost good night. I wanted to note before I go with my comments that Joe Karlichek was also used by Mr. Brickley as one of his references when he applied for the job. Regarding the hiring of an interim president, the following applies. Number one, Shonda Richardson Snell was recruited by the chair or his attorney to apply for a position she is clearly not suited for. Her experience in higher education is nil. There was communication between the 4 executive board members outside the purview of public scrutiny to insert her application into the mix of applicants. I suspect this was agreed to prior to the meeting of the Personnel Committee to make recommendations to the full board. And number 3, even though Ms. Richardson Snell is clearly out of her area of expertise in leading an institution of higher learning, which was evident if you watched her interview, this board chose her. 5 of you said we need to have a financial expert decide how best to guide this college while the college is moving toward hiring a new president. I've watched this board barrel down the road toward this action over the last 1.5 years. The executive board has kicked aside any pretense to observe public law, regulations, or the democratic process in carrying out the mission of meeting Andy Everman's need to control the finances of this public institution. I'm sure he convinced some of you to vote this way because he wanted you to believe there was fraud at the highest levels. I heard Trustee Daly refer to fraud when he was discussing the hiring of the interim president. Despite the recent audit that found no evidence of mismanagement of the public funds supporting this college, despite the excellent bond ratings this college experiences, despite the awards received by our past president for her excellent management and function as the CEO of this college, where did the idea of a board of trustees managing the finances of this college begin? I think I found the smoking gun in an op-ed piece written by Andy Everman back in 2009. It was headed, "Public schools and colleges needed to account for raising tuition rates." And this was printed in at least 3 Michigan newspapers. Everman's objective is contained in the concluding paragraph of this opinion piece, which reads, "Following the example of President Reagan's Grace Commission, perhaps we can find management and cost efficiency experts who will donate their services. There is little evidence that our public colleges and universities are going to scrutinize themselves and concentrate on higher education rather than food courts, athletics, external appearances, building sprees, and more expensive and unnecessary administrative overhead." End quote. So instead of using the process and procedures to protect the public interest in preserving Mott Community College as the economic, educational, and social engine for our community, Andy Everman is intent on intruding in the administration's functions of this college to experiment with the long-range goal to close down anything to make this college attractive to young high school graduates, older adults looking to gain technical skills, returning students who are working toward a degree or improving their employability. If I was on this executive board and I voted to carry out this very bad decision in the future of Mott Community College, I would ask to make a motion to reconsider the vote to hire Shonda Richardson Snell as the interim president. Anyone who has paid attention can see the goal of Andy Everman is to place her in the role of president. She would be someone to do his bidding because she won't know how to do anything else to lead Mott. In light of my outrage over your complete ignorance of the public in your efforts and my very strong belief that you have been violating any good government practice, I will be preparing a complaint I will be filing with the Higher Learning Commission. I will ask them to investigate your unlawful and very bad practices. I have documentation of everything you have done over the past 1.5 years that ignores the Open Meetings Act. I will gladly share this with the Higher Learning Commission. You can make this right by rescinding your offer of employment to Richardson Snell. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Ed Sullivan of Flushing, Michigan, on the topic of the interim president. I would like to applaud and support the hiring of Shonda Richardson Snell by the MCC board. As a business owner for over 20 years, I have employed a large number of MCC students, and I am intimately aware of the role Mott plays in developing both jobs and good employees in the area. Ms. Snell, with her extensive business background, is exactly what MCC needs to continue moving forward in the right direction.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, the next one's been submitted by Alfino Donastorg from Flint, Michigan, representing the group SEIU 517M, President. And should be submitted comment on the topic of public comment. I don't believe that due diligence was used in your appointment of a new president for MCC. There was no input from the community, the employees, or students. My hope is that this is not a decision based on partisanship. The lack of higher education experience is very concerning. Concentration on negotiation of contracts instead of a well-rounded concentration on community, education, employee satisfaction is of utmost importance.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next one has been submitted by Deborah Gibbs of Tyrone Township, Livingston County, on the topic of selection of the new interim president. I am addressing the Board of Trustees regarding my concerns for the selection of a new interim president for Mott Community College. I first became concerned when I read in the news that the MCC Board of Trustees lowered the education requirements for the candidates seeking the position. It seems unacceptable for the interim president of an institution of higher education to have a lower educational credential than what is required of the faculty. However, even more egregious was the fact that out of the 4 candidates that the board selected to be interviewed for the position, the only candidates with no administrative experience in the field of education was selected for the position. Experience in the field is essential at this level of administration. I have had administrative experience in education myself, but I would not expect to qualify for a high-level position in other fields. I am quite certain I would not be hired if I applied for a high-level administration position in the automotive, medical, or any other field outside of my own. Vice versa is true. It seems unthinkable for an institution of higher education to choose an interim president with no experience in educational administration. Furthermore, this person was selected over another candidate that not only had administration experience in the field, but also gained some of that experience at Mott over the past 6 years, and thereby gaining an understanding of how to navigate the colleges through this temporary but critical time until a new president is found. The board's decision to hire someone without the proper credentials and experience is completely reckless. This decision has made an already difficult time for the college even more difficult.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Connie Green of Davison, Michigan, on the topic of calling on Michael Freeman's resignation. I would like to publicly call on the resignation of Michael Freeman from the Mott Community College Board of Trustees and the Genesee County Land Bank. He posted a Facebook post inciting violence against the board the same day a former president was almost assassinated. Here's what Michael Freeman posted on Facebook. It is amazing that a small group of people can destroy a college that has been around for 100 years. Well, Mott College had a good run. The inmates are running the asylum. The Trumpers are preparing to cleanse the college of our new interim president. Part of the radical right has a master's degree, less than most of her direct reports, and no higher education experience. Excuse me, Mr. Freeman. Sounds funny coming from a guy saying the newly elected board is bringing the politics. You've brought the politics with your threatening, intimidating social media posts against the board. You did this. Wake up. A gunman was just on top of a manufacturing plant and was shooting at President Trump live on national TV. A fellow American lost his life, and you're doing this? Are you really going to incite violence to your board because you and the Joe Biden Democrats are scared of a business person running into the college? Are you upset because you wanted a Democrat you could control like Beverly Walker Garcia to promote your social issues and help re-elect Democrats? I can see why you are upset. The Democratic Party is imploding, your nominee doesn't know what day of the week it is, and Kildee and Stabenow are bailing. Is the Mott Community College Chief of Police going to release a statement about Mr. Freeman and increased protection of the board? Where's the prosecutor? Conflict of interest? How can Bobby Clayton Walton, a Democrat activist who just won an award for her work against Republicans, be allowed to slander board meeting after board meeting? We are fired up. Is this comment by Freeman going to be investigated by the feds? Michael Freeman and liberal staffers being coached against the board. Listen up. Do not threaten members of this board just because your party and Democrats have lost control of your own training ground, also known as Mott College. Board members contact the police and your attorneys, and to the new president, Chandra Richardson Snell, we wish you the best of luck. Stay strong.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Next comment's been submitted by Katie Kiaz of Flint, Michigan, on the topic of Mott's new interim president. I am disheartened by the Board of Community College would not consider the community, student, staff, and faculty while hiring an interim president. Similarly, I find it unfathomable that a Board of Community College would hire an interim president without any experience in public education. I find the interim hiring especially incomprehensible when there were 3 other candidates with years of experience serving their communities through higher education, and each specifically with a service as a college president on their resumes. It is with serious and immense hope that the board reconsiders their interim hiring and reevaluates their own processes, and with acknowledgement that this is an election year and that the thousands in our community that utilize the college are watching and voting accordingly.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. Next comment's been submitted by Linda Lee Massoud of Flint, Michigan, on the topic of presidential selection process and criteria. As a long-term employee of Mott, I've experienced firsthand the paramount importance of choosing or not choosing a college president wisely and carefully. Mott's recent national accolades under the leadership of Dr. Schenck and Walker Garcia demonstrate the value of a well-chosen president. Our next president needs to be selected with the same rigorous, data-driven approach if we are to maintain our outstanding reputation in the community, state, and nation. The approach should include identifying key leadership skills and characteristics through stakeholder engagement, developing a targeted recruitment strategy to attract applicants with those strengths, utilizing a diverse selection committee to ensure comprehensive candidate evaluation using a consistent pre-prepared evaluation rubric. And I also choose to add this final word of recommendation. Plans fail for lack of counsel, but with many advisors, they succeed. Proverbs 15:22. Your actions in the next few months will have long-standing ramifications on the success of Mott Community College, this priceless lighthouse in the Genesee County community. Respectfully submitted, Linda Lee Massoud, Professor, Information Technology, full-time faculty since 1980.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Dr. Lisa Novak of Lapeer, Michigan, on the hiring process of hiring of interim president.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Dr. Lisa Novak. I have a bachelor's, master's, and doctorate degree in accounting and business administration. I've been a professor of accounting and business for almost 19 years. I've been a full-time faculty here at Mott Community College for almost 17 years. I also have experience working in the business office, K-12, school districts, and serve as board treasurer of Lapeer Intermediate School District and board secretary of Lapeer Community School District. My experience, education, and public service provide me with the background to speak here publicly, and I pray that you will listen intently to what I have to say. As an expert who has worked and taught governmental accounting, I know it is not comparable to the mission and vision of other entities, including for-profit and even healthcare organizations. It's completely different. Recently, I participated in the hiring process for the superintendent of Lapeer ISD, who will begin his duties on September 1st of 2024. I am well aware of the work and time it takes to go through this process. I would not be doing my community or those who elected me due service if I did not take this process seriously. We followed guidelines, we used rubrics, and discussed everything publicly. Everything was handled above board. Just days before we decided on who received the position, we met publicly and asked the current administrators to meet with us to discuss their thoughts and concerns and gave them a safe space to speak with us as a board. I personally reached out to several friends and family within our community to ask questions about our candidates' backgrounds and abilities to ensure that the decision made would be the best for Lapeer ISD students. Teaching experience and administration experience with a K-12 organization were the minimal requirements for this position due to the nature of education and processes and policies that go with it. Even as an accounting and business professor who is fiscally responsible, I would never consider hiring a finance person with no educational experience to lead the Lapeer ISD. I sit here today, as those have referenced, with a 192-page policy manual for the Higher Learning Commission, HLC. This was paid for me. Paid by me. I printed this. I did this on my own. Did not use college resources. The HLC has strict guidelines for our accreditation, including the educational requirements, policies, and procedures required to educate students. Are you familiar with these guidelines to the level necessary to keep this college running? If we lose HLC accreditation, it will devastate our students, the city of Flint, and our community. Curriculum and accreditation are enormous responsibilities within MCC. I've sat on those committees, and I've participated in accreditation. Even with my skills and experience in education, I would never consider this role. I have and being that I have more education than Ms. Richardson now. I have the utmost respect and awe for those who take on roles as administrators, especially Jason Wilson and Dr. Kevin Asman. It is most concerning that with Ms. Richardson Snell leaving this meeting tonight, after her contract approval and already showing her lack of a commitment and investment in this institution and community. I have personally bought food for students in my classroom who are hungry. I've had students tell me they lived in their truck or trailer with no electricity or heat in the dead of winter. I've had students who begged for food and money with their parents on a street corner. These students will become successful. These students all became successful first-generation graduates from college. Most went on to get four-year degrees and now have their own families. Administrators, faculty, and staff at MCC take on many roles for our students. We care about their lives outside the classroom and want them to succeed. We teach, mentor, and counsel them on many life issues. Does Dr. Richard, excuse me. Oh, I apologize. Does Ms. Richardson Snell understand the curriculum requirements required by the HLC for a two-year college? Does she understand the transfer process to a four-year institution, considering that many of our students transfer, and that's where a lot of our success lies? Has she ever taught a college class at a community college and understood the makeup and dynamics of being a community college instructor? As instructors, we live, and breathe our jobs every day. My comments are not about me. They are about my passion for the viability of Mott Community College for the students and surrounding community. I will not stand by and let this board turn MCC into a statistic with the closure occurring, such as what happened at Eastern Gateway Community College in Steubenville, Ohio, which ceased operations on June 30th of 2024. due in part to not having the personnel to resolve accreditation concerns raised by the HLC. And I quote from the Washtenaw Community College Watch article about EGCC published on July 12, 2024.
Your time is up, but I'm going to make sure the board is going to allow you to finish. Without objection, she can continue?
Thank you.
Yes? Thank you very much. Could you please continue?
Thank you. And again, I quote, in most cases, trustees unflinchingly support the incompetent executives they've installed in the top of the organization. The trustees ignore the executive shortcomings, or worse, institutionalize them. If you believe that it really doesn't really matter who serves as trustees at your local community college, look no further than EGCC to find out what reckless people can do to a public institution. End of quote. It is extremely important to elect quality people who understand an educational organization, and I pray the community reacts appropriately. I would not have run for school board in the first place if I did not have the education, experience, and skills required to do my job effectively as board treasurer and board secretary in the Lapeer area. To the community, I ask that you please take these actions that have taken place recently at MCC seriously. We cannot allow 5 members to destroy the best college in the state, in the city, state, nation, and beyond, as quoted by the late Lenora Crowdy, which many dedicated community members have worked so hard to create and sustain. I ask you to reconsider your devastating decision, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Philip Greenfield from Kensington Avenue, and he'll be speaking on the topic of interim president.
Good evening. I would like to speak on the process this board underwent to decide on our interim president, and more importantly now, the one they're going to undergo for hiring a permanent one. My grandmother was the first principal for Glaza Elementary in Millington, Michigan. She had started there as, I believe, a 2nd or 3rd grade teacher when the school system approached her and said that they needed a librarian. Her response to them was, I'm not qualified to be a librarian, but give me 2 years. She went to Central Michigan University, got her master's degree in library studies, and then said, now I will be your librarian. A few years later, they approached her again, asking her to be their principal for the new elementary school. She said, I'm not qualified to be a principal, give me some time. Went back to Central Michigan, got a 2nd master's degree in public administration, and then said, now I will be your principal. I watched the interviews on Thursday, and I wish that more of you were like my grandmother. She had respect for the community that she served, and she had humility to admit and address her shortcomings. She wasn't interested in just playing school. She wanted to push herself to be the best person that that school needed. I do know firsthand that members of this board individually can be kind and thoughtful people, but I worry for the future of this college and this community in hands that lack experience, built on instincts that don't immediately start in collaboration, and guided by minds that lack a basic desire to learn.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Sharon Scott of Aspen Drive on the topic of elections. I think experience speaks. I would have thought an educational background would have been mandatory in the election process. This decision will affect many people. Mott had a candidate who worked closely with the former president. I cannot understand the process that brought us to today.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Annette Boyd of Fenton, Michigan, and on the topic of hiring of the president at MCC. I believe the board of directors should reconsider hiring a president of MCC without a background in education. The education environment is vastly different than the public sector. The amount of time it will take someone to get up to speed is valuable time wasted. When you have applicants with educational background available, why choose someone that will take months to learn the system of education? Please do your job and what is best for MCC.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment's been submitted by John Sirocco of Flint on the topic of Durham. As a student who is enrolled in the Health Fitness Professional Program, I'm surprised by the board's decision to redesign the use of the Durham Fitness and Wellness Center or move it to Ballinger Fieldhouse. I understand that based on a single visit by 2 board members, the assumption was made that Durham is underutilized and that this space, which is designed as a fitness center and physical education classroom, be repurposed as a dental hygiene clinic. The Durham is a classroom which supports students enrolled in the Health Fitness Professional Program, students who want to take physical education course for fitness and health, students enrolled in the Consumer Energy Training Program, and community members. Why is the board making decisions about curriculum? And why no studies of the actual facilities use have been made? No one has spoken to students, staff, or faculty in this program. No one has looked at the daily record of attendance. Durham is a campus asset for both staff and students. New employees are given a tour of the space and encouraged to sign up for use. The design of space allows for staff to work out while classes are in session. In addition, the space is one of the best designed fitness facilities. It is open, full of light, and stocked with state-of-the-art equipment. There is space so you can work out comfortably. It is a healthy, positive space on campus. If the college would like to improve attendance, they could reconsider the current policy which restricts student access to those who have taken a PEAC course and requires a $25 fee for each term of use. Many colleges provide access to currently enrolled students without a separate fee. They could also discuss having open community hours available to the area community for a small fee. Why would the board choose to visit Adrian College to compare facilities? Adrian College is a private 4-year small liberal arts college in a rural area in southeast Michigan. The student population is roughly 1,800 undergrads. The college has an extensive athletics program, and the current president has invested heavily in new buildings to promote the athletics department. The space the board would like to visit is part of a 80,000 square foot complex. Mott is a community college in a low-income urban area, serving roughly 6,000 students a year, both part-time and full-time. The tuition at Adrian College is $40,000 a year. At Mott, full-time tuition is $5,000. We don't generate the same revenue. Comparing the resources and mission of each is misleading. We don't have the same missions or needs. Mott is an open-door college whose funding is dependent upon state and federal funds. Adrian College, a private church-affiliated college with OTH undergrad and graduate programs, has an endowment over $70 million and has invested over $110 million in new on-campus construction focused on athletics. The board is making decisions which directly impact students. Decisions about college academic programs should be made in partnership by administration and faculty. I urge the board to step back and allow the administration and the faculty to make these decisions respectively, or at least talk to students who use Durham, whose the academic programs rely on the facility. There are consequences. The changes made in that space will affect their academic program, and once again, it will drastically affect the community. John Sirocco.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Joan Mendy of Marsack Drive on the topic of support MCC's intention to deny further support of the Mundy Township megasite amidst lack of due diligence on environmental and employee hazards.
Thank you for that introduction. Again, my name is Joanne Mendy, and I am a resident of Mundy Township and also a supporting member of the Genesee County Coalition for Clean Water No Megasite Group. The purpose of this comment, in light of potential new leadership here at Mott Community College, is to make the board aware to not neglect the decision they made at their June 24th meeting, where they chose to remain stalwarthy in their decision to reject further support of the proposed Mundy Township megasite as advertised or shown on the Flint Genesee Economic Alliance website. Just to note, on that website, there are about 20 entities whose logos appear on that website. Mott Community College was one of them, and our group had developed a letter to send to these entities, which we are still in the process of doing, and members who come to our meetings are available to download those letters on our website, nomegasite.com. And if you'd like to see what those letters entail, you may go to that and find it under the Get Involved tab. At the last meeting, we talked about the environmental concerns for air and water. We noted that the Flint Genesee Economic Alliance has not performed due diligence regarding environmental assessments. We note that we also note that on June 5th of this year, we made 3 requests to Eagle to test areas in the surrounding area. Eagle responded on June 5th that out of the several hundred requests that were made, ours was denied. Wouldn't it seem to be expected that of the $9.2 million, or the most recent $250 million of taxpayer money, I might add, could allow some resources to establish testing of the water and the soils to develop a baseline report? It's odd to note that this is taxpayer-funded money, so this affects all residents of the state of Michigan, not just Mundy Township. If the state has $250 million spare taxpayer money, why don't you just remove my property taxes? The testing for this site would include the identification of PFAS, which we discussed at the last meeting. PFAS, the acronym PFAS, is used to describe polyfluoroalkyl substances, which are a main component in the use of semiconductor chip manufacturing. Some of you may ask, why is this a real concern? PFAS are considered forever chemicals. They never break down. They are always in our water and in our land. The EPA has only established safe drinking water levels of PFAS in March of 2023. Why again is this a problem? Well, apparently, as an engineer, the professional liability and general liability insurance underwriter that I have recently sent me a letter stating that they would deny any coverage of any mishap or claim that I might file on any project where the use of PFAS were as part of the project, the product, anything involved in that project. So when we hear about the number of high-tech jobs that are being promised by the megasite, I won't be able to partake of those high-tech jobs as an engineer because my liability insurance will not cover me. So if I am not covered, would this not all be a concern of other high-tech jobs? How are we going to get other high-tech professionals, engineers, designers, technicians to work if they too will be denied coverage by their underwriter's insurance? Lastly, if there's a potential for this board to retract their decision made at the June 24th meeting to halt further support of the proposed Mundy Township megasite, we would really welcome your questions as to why there is doubt. Having heard a lot about qualifications today to make an informed decision, we believe that in the best interest of Mundy Township residents, It's for institutions such as Mott Community College to remain a fortress in sustaining their position to not support the megasite until the Flint-Genesee Economic Alliance Association can, number one, quantify the jobs with real data. 2, produce environmental assessments of the area. 3, outline cost projections for not only construction but ongoing maintenance of the facility and surrounding municipal support. 4, quantify water use.
Ma'am, without objection, can she continue? Please carry on.
4, quantify the water use used in the manufacturing of semiconductor manufacturing. 5, quantify the raw materials for the chips and the sources of where these raw materials are coming from. And 6, require developers of this potential Mundy Township megasite, should it go through, to sign community benefit agreements, which are legal documents which will require any developer to hold liable any detrimental outcomes of this development, whether the detriment is environmental, whether it's the health of the employee, whether it's the health of the residents in the surrounding areas. Again, we urge you to remain to your commitment to not offer further support of the megasite as proposed by the Flint-Genesee Economic Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the next comment has been submitted by Sarah Richter of Flint on the topic of recent recommendations and changes to candidate qualifications. Shauna Richardson Snell has no experience in education and has no business on the board of any school, especially not one serving the city, whose entire public educational system has already been turned on its head in recent years. I cannot begin to appropriately explain my disgust at the fact that this has conveniently come directly after a recent vote to lower the qualifications for the president to only require them to hold a master's degree rather than a doctorate. I am deeply disappointed at the board's lack of standards and unwillingness to take direction from people who have actually credible previous experience.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. This comment's been submitted by Gene Hill of Flint, Michigan, on the topic of board selection of interim president. As a student of the college, I'm deeply disappointed and concerned with the selection for interim president made by the board on July 11, 2024. Shonda Richardson Snell is not the right fit for the position of this college's interim president. She doesn't have the necessary experience and education to oversee the college. In her interview, she was the only candidate to use notes. Not only that, it was a whole binder of notes. Why did she need a binder full of notes? More importantly, why did the board choose someone who has no formal education or experience working in adult learning and higher education? After watching the special meeting on July 11, 2024, in its entirety, a few times over, it was clear to me that what was really going on. The lack of an actual discussion between the board after the interviews was probably what was most concerning. The board should have carefully discussed the strengths and weaknesses of each candidate, but not one board member motioned for that to happen. It was made even clear when Chair Everman mistook Trustee Reyes as Trustee Swanson, almost like it was discussed for him to make the motion. In the last comment I made, I notified the board of the formatting error in the interim president finalist announcement. Richardson Snell was formatted differently than the other candidates, and now I think I know why. The Open Meetings Act has had to have been violated because how could 5 people all agree on the same person without discussion between all members? The only person I can think you would hire her, especially after she said it would take half the time of the position to learn the job, is because you wanted a puppet. You had 3 great options. Richardson Snell was not one of them. You didn't even consider Dr. Diana Phillips and Dr. Brent Knight, and they probably had the most experience of all the candidates. This decision was clearly not made with the needs of the students, staff, and faculty in mind. If the college needs financial help, then hire someone and put them in a finance and accounting. Even if this is a temporary position, the interim president still needs someone that has experience in overseeing multiple different departments in a higher learning institute. Richardson Snell is definitely not equipped to oversee anything but finance. This is where her skill set lies, and is a grave mistake on the board's part to think that this is all a college needs. Colleges today are being ran more like businesses and less like a place of learning. Today, colleges are so much more complex than ever and require someone that can oversee all areas of the college, because modern colleges are becoming more than just a business and place of learning. We need someone that has the skill set to lead us in the right direction. I sincerely hope that the board picks a president who is well-versed in all areas of the college and knows of specific challenges that higher learning institutes face, because as a student, I am scared from education and the clubs that I am a part of.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Item 2.29, IDS Design Resolution for Curtis Mott Ductwork Design and Design Award.
Mr. Chair, if I could.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Just a minute, Rob. Who has said my name?
okay. Mr. Chair, I'm going to bring forth, he came down, Rod Whitney. You coming? No? Okay. Bring forth Executive Director Rod Whitney to talk about Curtis Mott Ductwork Design Award. Rod.
Thank you. Board Chair, Interim Wilson. Facilities is bringing forward a design proposal today for Curtis Mott. Next slide, please. As you are aware, the board approved the Curtis Mott boiler chiller replacement in February. That has been awarded, and the process has started with that. Next slide, please. The Curtis Mott HVAC ductwork is considered a phase 2 to this project. Some of the reasons for bringing this design are as listed up top. Most of the building has fiberglass component which has deteriorated through the building. That is the main ductwork in the building. We're unable to supply proper heating and cooling to the building without that. This has to be replaced with modern ductwork to ensure efficiency of the new boilers and chillers which were approved to move forward with. A highlight point that we do need to be concerned with, dealing with our health and safety coordinator here on campus, is asbestos abatement. This design cost brought forward by the college architects would cost $546,555 plus permits and additional fees. It's important to realize this is a design proposal only.
Trustees, do you have any question? Trustee Daly.
Move approval.
Pardon?
I move approval of this.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second that the Charles Stewart Mott Community College Board of Trustees authorize the administration to award for the Curtis Mott Ductwork Design to Integrate Design Solutions, LLC, 1441 West Long Lake Road, Suite 200, Troy, Michigan, 48098, for a cost in the amount of $546,560.00. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, it is.
We've got the motion, and we have the second. Do we have any further discussion or debate?
Question.
Pardon, Mr.?
Question.
Yes.
And I know this is design only, and I understand what that means. When you've completed this process, you made reference in your own slides to where that you have a lot of materials that are components that are obsolete.
Correct.
And that you're having to replace them probably with 3D printing and that kind of approach. Whatever. Once we're at the completion of this project, will the units of this be brought up to industry standards such that we're not relying on obtaining obsolete and obsolescent parts?
Very much so.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Trustee Daly. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, a roll call vote. Trustee Reyes.
Yes.
Trustee Freeman.
Yes.
Trustee Couch.
Yes.
Trustee Swanson.
Yes.
Trustee Daly.
Yes.
Trustee Wendy.
Yes.
Trustee Everman is also yes. Passed unanimously. Item 2.30, Mott Nurse Study Purchasing Award.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to present Dean and our guru, in addition to Mr. Whitney, to talk about developing a new lounge using our ADN to BSN grant funds. Thank you all.
Hello, board members, president. I'm here to talk to you today about the ADN to BSN program nursing study area. If you could switch the slide, please. As a community college participating in the ADN to BSN grant-funded program, one requirement established in the internal planning team discussions and during collaborative discussions with our university partner, Eastern Michigan University, was to ensure adequate spaces for the high-level study and frequent group activity that the bachelor's level student would need. The students we will serve through this program will be doing schoolwork here on the Mott campus while taking Eastern Michigan University courses virtually and occasionally in person right here at Mott. Additionally, they will still be working and doing clinical days right here in Flint. Having a customized study area was thus necessary to provide the bachelor's level student with a comfortable, ideally located, and functional space. Next slide, please. So for the goals, faculty of both institutions, prospective students, and the internal planning team were surveyed on the specifications desired for this space. The findings are as follows. They want an open study area with tables that could be moved together for group work, quiet study areas sufficiently blocked off but not isolated entirely to maintain adequate natural lighting and prevent lack of engagement, comfortable seating and eating areas for use between courses and clinicals, provisions to store and heat food for lunch and dinner, as many of these students will be here in the evenings and sometimes all day, along with adequate vending. The evening hours these students will be utilizing the space will often be outside of the hours of other available food options. They also wanted room enough to accommodate the members of the cohort and bring them together, and technology infrastructure to ensure connectivity, collaboration, and reliable communication. Next slide, please. As far as specifications, the budgetary line items for the overall $2 million ADN to BSN program were approved first by the Internal Planning Committee, then reviewed by EMU, our university partner, and then sent to the state for approval. The budget allows for approximately $900,000 for use toward the classroom furniture, technology needs, and the necessary study space. The planned study space is to encompass the vacated part-time faculty offices previously used by health science faculty, the existing small lounge, which only has vending and a few tables, and the adjacent classroom in Curtis Mott, room 2144. This will allow for the goals as listed to be met. The funds from this grant and budget for the study space are already approved by the state and expendable, with a deadline of September 30th, 2026. No funds may be used after this time. This puts us on a specific build-out timeline. The design plan was created by IDS and has been reviewed internally by the planning team. The budget has been intentionally created with allowances for some what-if situations in order to keep us tightly within the approved amount as possible. The creation of this study space is an enhancement to the area. It is open for all students to use, not just the ADN to BSN, from other divisions and other programs, and does not take away any space needed from other areas. Our main goal is to serve and foster success for as many students as effectively as possible while satisfying the grant requirements and meeting the local and regional nursing shortage. Next slide, please. So what you can see here is the proposed budget. Feel free to take a look, and next slide. This is the area within Curtis Mott that the lounge is proposed. And to the next slide, please. Kind of what the space would look like as a zoom in. And then finally, the seating that we were talking about within the space. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Seeing no, do you have a question before the motion's made?
Just want to confirm that this entire project's grant funded.
Yes, sir.
I move approval.
Second.
On the basis of the report that was just made, be it resolved that the Charles Stewart Mott Community College Board of Trustees authorize administration to award for Mott Nursing Study Area to Integrated Design Solutions, LLC, 1441 West Long Lake Road, Suite 200, Troy, Michigan, 48098, for a cost in the amount of $841,562.00. We have a motion and we have a second. Any further questions? Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Trustee Reyes.
Yes.
Trustee Freeman.
Yes.
Trustee Swanson.
Yes.
Trustee Couch.
Yes.
Trustee Daly.
Yes.
Trustee Wendy.
Yes.
And myself, yes. The motion passed unanimously. Congratulations. Special presentations, campus safety, security, and bond funding initiatives. At this point, at 9:11, we are going to take a break for 10 minutes, and then we will reconvene. let us reconvene. Special presentation, campus safety, security, bond funding initiative.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, that's right. We needed Jordan.
Hasten forward.
All right. Good evening. I'm Jamie Zeckman. I'm the Executive Director, Chief of Public Safety here at Mott. Last year, Mott Community College worked with a company called Atriad to provide us safety recommendations to implement here at Mott. Atriad came to campus and walked to numerous buildings and engaged with numerous employees. They helped us create a campus-wide survey and identified a number of projects for Mott Community College to consider and to complete as it relates to safety. As we presented to you in February about the bond funds, those funds became available at the end of May, early June, and we are now in the beginning phases of starting those projects. It's a conglomerate effort between the Department of Public Safety, IT services, facilities, and risk management to get these projects going. Much of the projects we are working on now involve expanding the campus-wide PA systems throughout the interiors of the buildings. We also have a heavy focus on expanding all of our campuses' electronic access control. For those of you who are not familiar with access control systems, this includes the ability to lock down doors through the push of a button from dispatch, schedule the locking and unlocking of doors on a timer, and to pop doors open remotely, amongst many other benefits. A majority of our early focus on access control will be on the perimeter exterior doors of each campus building. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Randy Chappell, our acting Chief Information Technology Officer, to talk more about the details of this process.
Thank you, Chief. Again, my name is Randy Chappell. I'm the Acting Chief Information and Technology Officer. Thank you for listening to us this evening. Starting off, if we go to the next slide. Thanks, Brendan. Thank you. So we've broken this up into phases. So phase one is going to be focusing on the access controls the chief mentioned. These items were reviewed by public safety, facilities, ITS, and HR to kind of go through these things, and HR as far as risk management is considered, to go through and decide the order and the process to go through for these. This includes, as the chief mentioned, both the access control for both internal and external. So you'll see that in here twice. I don't want that to be confusing. So we're focusing on the external first, and then we're moving on to the internal after that. But that is both within phase one. So phase one includes both those aspects. There'll also be some additional emergency phone placements. Those will be the ones internal to the campus. There's some in phase two for the outside, those poles that you see on campus, but that's in phase two. So I don't want to confuse those two. So we have phones on both. And then there's also some OSHA related changes and improvements that are taking place. Next slide, if you would. So looking at phase one, the PA improvements, this kind of gives you a nice outline of what that's going to look like. And this is going to involve several different steps. We'll be going in and making modifications and improvements to the system that we have today in each of these locations, starting with the Curtis Mott building here and VADC and Gorman that will be starting in the next month. Those will be done as far as going in and increasing the number of speakers that we have, coverage, things of that we already know where we have deficiencies in. That'll be followed by an audit phase where we kind of go through, we bring somebody in who's going to literally go around and take readings at each of the locations. Mott has had, this is something Mott has been challenged with, and we've continued to try to make improvements, and we're hoping this type of approach, rather than just we're going to be doing adding, testing, and then re-adding if necessary, if that makes sense. So it's a matter of making better, testing to make sure it is good, and then going back and making additional corrections as we go through that. So this, when you look at this, there's actually several steps in each of these buildings that are going to take place. For that reason, as we go through here, each project, each of these buildings and each one of these is actually taken as its own project. So when we go in to do the PA for the Curtis Mott building, it's its own project. We go in there, we do it separate, then we do all the other components like the VADC, Gorman, and all these other buildings you see listed here. I will make special note that while we did mention this is going to be funded by bond funds, which we presented, this was actually part of the package we talked about in February. This, the Lapierre's on here, and Lapeer is not eligible for those, but we're going to be looking and identifying funds to do those as well. So, next slide, if you would. So very similar to the last slide, you'll see access control. And again, this is just focusing on the external portions of the building. You'll see a similar rollout, and the schedule, again, was decided by public safety as far as the order, how we want to approach these based upon different aspects. So again, the Curtis Mott building is we started this summer, and then kind of, as you can see, as we move through the RTC, VADC, you can see this list kind of goes through the whole process with Lapeer being at the end again for similar reasons. Next slide, if you would. Finally, still part of phase one is going to be the internal. So we talked about the external, that's all the perimeter on the outside of the building. And then of course we have numerous doors on the inside of the building. Those would be the actual doors on the classrooms and such as those. And of course we want to lock those down as well during events. So we'll be going through those. Similar pattern, very similar organized as you might see if you actually notice the pattern here with phase one. Next slide. We're also going to be adding some additional phones during this time period. Phone installation, there's only actually, I don't remember the exact number, there's less than 20, but we'll be adding phones to campus, and they're spread out across the campus. We'll just be doing those as hoc as best we can. So that'll take place over this winter and fall as we go into those different regions. Next slide, if you would. So to give you a current status of where things are today, the Curtis Mott exterior access control is estimated about $115,000. That's where our quote is on that. We are expecting that to be pretty accurate as far as we work through there, but well, it is an old building, so I just need everyone to be prepared that we might need to replace a door or something as we go through that process. And per the board procedures on this, that if we have an overage, we'll bring that back forward to you as well, just like we normally do. In moving on to the public address system, Curtis Mott, Gorman, VADC, again, these will all be started in the next, I'd say, 30 days. With completion, we're hoping by the end of October for this first phase. And then we'll be providing the board with quarterly updates as well. So we'll keep you guys apprised of the costs and what projects doing and what's coming up as we go through these different individual projects. That's the intent there. Phase two, if you would, next slide. The start date's a little murky on this. Obviously, we have a lot of work in these phases. We have a lot of people coordinating, a lot of things that are going on at the same time. But it looks likely from the timelines, we'll be starting most of phase two in fall. And then that will consist of expansion of the MCC security cameras. It's a considerable addition to that. Will be the hallway display, the info channel that we have out there, and additional external emergency poles. Obviously, we'll be working within the budgets that are available and the bond funds that are available as well. So for this entire process. Next slide, please. That ends it. Do you have any questions?
Trustees, Trustee Daly.
I'm curious, you showed the improvements that you wanted to make in Lapeer were not eligible under the bond. How much money are we talking about for that, and what's your best guess on where that would come from?
I'm going to guess that from a costing standpoint, PA works...
Just a second. Before you answer that, let's have Larry come up. He might be able to be better at that.
Well, certainly where the funds come from. So the PA project work will probably be similar to what we're doing. Go ahead. To what we're seeing in some of the other buildings for size, because the building, that's more like a square footage thing. The external doors, that's a little different. Lapeer had a different purpose back in the past, and so unlike every other building that we have on a traditional campus, which have like Curtis Mott, and if you're familiar with the campus, it's a fairly substantial building for our campus. It has 34 entrances, and of those 34 entrances, not all of them are going to be access control where you tap in, but all of them have to be monitored, so we call that perimeter. So there's two phases. Access control is when you're able to swipe in and open a door or close a door, or public safety is able to remotely unlock or lock the door. The ones that will be perimeter only are continually in a locked position. These would be mostly used by facilities and different things, but we want to be aware if one is left open ajar, so that way public safety can send somebody to investigate or look at the cameras and see what's going on. So that's the intent and purpose behind it. And so those will be monitored. Those won't be auto-lockable. Those will just be locked all the time. But where I was going to go with Lapeer, right? So I was trying to give you a comparison. It has 60 external doors. It's remember, it was a completely different building purpose, right? It has all kinds of doors, and I don't know of those doors. Some of the questions will be: can we get rid of doors? Can we bar them shut permanently? I mean, there's going to be questions, and again, that's why that one is complicated, and I can't give you a good answer on that one because honestly, it's we wanted to kind of get going before we got too far. Yeah.
I guess my question is, we had that long shopping list up there, and I assumed everything on that long shopping list till we got to the bottom was all funded through the bond. We get to the bottom, and this is part of the system, which is I think there is a need for. It should be put in place, but if it's not, if you're not using bond money for that, where are the dollars coming from for that? What's your intent?
I've been trying to answer, but Randy won't stop talking. So, so the bond, Lapeer runs like this. So we get out of district tuition. So it's larger. It's more than we would give her in district, and so we always have a fund balance. We keep track of Lapeer separate revenues and expenses, and then also we charge a 15% administrative overhead to that as well because they do use the services on campus. So there is a fund balance that's still available to spend, and then anytime we have to do capital improvements at Lapeer, we will do a loan to that site, and then they'll pay it back over time as they generate revenues or excess. So that's how we do all of Lapeer, but we have to be very mindful that we don't use bond dollars out there. Yes, we do. Yep.
Are there any other questions? I have a question. On the emergency phone internal additionals that we're going to be doing, are those going to be able to be used by people that are challenged with hearing for signing?
So the traditional phones that we place in hallways today for emergency notification, those phones do have response light to let them. So when the button is pushed, if they're not able to hear or see the other side, there's typically a light on there that says, like, it depends on the model on the phone. We have lots of them out there, or like someone is coming sort of thing. But wouldn't be able to. It's not video based. The ones we're putting in today wouldn't be video based.
So we can't deal with people who are signing for assistance.
We can certainly look at that. That's something we haven't. The external poles outside have a camera system that is embedded with them. We could look at something for internal, but the traditional ones in the inside had not been that way.
I believe one of our officers has that patent. Eric Rogers. This is Eric Rogers' idea. His master's paper is on this. I read it. It was a wonderful idea. No college in the country is doing it yet, where people that need to sign for emergency, they would be able to, and the responders would know what they are needing. Perhaps we can engage Eric Rogers and ask him about this.
Absolutely.
He's got a wonderful paper he wrote on this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's been involved in the talks with us, so we'll ask him about that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair.
No other yes.
Move approval as
Pardon?
submitted. I move approval as submitted.
Second.
This is not an approval. This is an information item.
It's an information item only? Okay.
Yes.
The costs in the individual projects haven't come up that level. If the one of them does, we'll bring it. So.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude our special presentations? Okay. Concluding, we're going to move on to approval of the minutes, approval of regular meeting minutes of June 24th, 2024.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I move approval of the minutes from June 24th, 24.
we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
And we have a second. Any corrections or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Passed unanimously. Approval of regular of July 1st, 2024.
I'll make a motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Trustee Reyes. Any corrections, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nays. The ayes have it, passed unanimously. Approval of the special meeting minutes of July 11th, 2024.
Move approval.
Is there a motion? We have a motion.
Second.
And we have a second. Any corrections, discussions? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, nays? No nays, passed unanimously. Informational reports. Finance and Audit, Swanson, Reyes, and Daley, no meeting was held. Personnel, no meeting was held. Board Policy, no meeting was held. Goals and Objectives, no meeting was held. Ad Hoc Committee, we've basically heard that this evening and voted on that. Unfinished business, 2.07. Jason, can you help us with this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We'd like the board to approve the promulgation of the RFP, essentially directing the college to begin the RFP process for the permanent presidential search.
So moved. Second.
Discussion.
This is the beginning of the development of the RFP, or when would
Yes.
we look at this being released?
So in the ad hoc committee, we had discussed this, that we would have our human resource department begin putting together proposals for us that would be sent out.
Right.
To, and then we'll be bringing it back in August for the board to review and then decide what we'd like to go and move forward with there.
Okay, as long as we're moving on that track.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Item 2.07. We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, passed unanimously. President's report. Enrollment update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Got my slide, next slide. The enrollment for July, summer, we continue to be strong, up 9.5%, in head count, up 7.5 in contact hours. Fall, we're experiencing what's known as a summer melt right now, but we had a really strong event this past Saturday. Thank you to all of the college that participated in the event on Saturday. So we're looking at a 4.8, still above where we need to be, 4.8 in head count, and 6.2, obviously more important in the contact hours. Of note, the governor's office is working to roll out more clarity around the community college guarantee. If you're familiar with the governor's budget, this is now guaranteeing in-district tuition to prospective students. We are really hoping that this continues to drive our enrollment numbers north of what they've been. The details of how this tuition is to be applied is what our financial aid executive director and others are getting a handle on. Where, you know, I've talked to the board in the past about how financial aid works, and it's really a package of various kinds of scholarships and awards. And so the one thing that we'll need to really take a look at here, if a student's awarded federal Pell because they need that, and then a student is awarded Michigan Reconnect because they qualify for that, where does the community college guarantee funding come into play if everything's paid for? So those are the things we'll be talking to the board about in terms of how we can use these funds, but we're excited about it. I talked about the outreach event. We have one coming up this Saturday, and talked about the fact that we have one in August as well. We'll continue to do more outreach as we get closer to the fall semester. And I'll take your questions.
Any questions? Thank you for that report.
Thank you. My next item is the Adrian College visit. I have reached out, or we reached out, and we have 2 potential dates for the board's consideration. August 8th, which is a Thursday at 10 a.m. They've offered to host us. And then Monday, August 12th at 10 a.m., they have offered to host us as a team. I need to know what the board's pleasure is on that.
Wendy and Jeff, you have both expressed an interest. Which day is better for you? Wendy, I see you're looking up.
It's not just me, it's everyone else that's going as well, right? So I
Yeah,
think,
Jeff will be going. Jason, you'll be going with us. We'll have Al Perry will be there. There's some of the deans that have been invited to attend.
I'm good with August 8th if you guys want to.
August 8th is fine.
Okay. Also, to that end, I believe a motion was made in the previous meeting around us visiting before the end of July. Obviously, we're not going to be able to do that.
I'd like to rescind that motion.
Amend it?
Amend it, excuse me.
You'd like to amend the motion to,
And move the date to August 8th.
okay. Do we have a second for that? Did we get a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. It has been amended to the 8th of August. Thank you very much on that report. Jason?
Next, I'd like to bring AVP Sherry Nowak to talk about new hires.
Hello, Chair, Acting Interim President and Trustees. I have the pleasure of introducing 2 new hires since our last meeting. We have Christopher, goes by Chris Heyman. He comes to us with 9 years of experience as an Assistant Director of Enrollment at CMU. Started July 8th. He's got a master's degree in political science from Central Michigan, and he's also a Mott alum. He had an associate's degree from Mott in liberal arts. And the second is Kim Hill. Kim Hill comes to us most recently spent 10 years at Ford Motor Company as a primary designer and an ECAD librarian. He also holds an associate's degree from Baker College in drafting and design, and he also started July 8th. And that concludes the new hires.
Is that Sandy's brother?
I'd have to ask Rebecca, do you know, is that Sandy's brother?
Looks like him. Thank you. Miscellaneous business? Are there any-
That concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Miscellaneous business, are there any board-generated ideas this evening? Seeing none. Comments from the board members? Trustee Reyes.
It was good to see the public come out and talk about the process that was followed in picking our interim president. It shows engagement by the community. It, to me, reinstates or just reinforces the fact that Mott is this community's college. The community is engaged, and I find that to be positive. I voted the way that I voted, but that should not affect my relationship with our interim president.
Thank you. Trustee Freeman?
Yeah, I'd like to sincerely apologize for my attire at the last meeting. As a working board member, I had to give up 4 hours of my vacation time to come over at a time that was hugely inconvenient at 1 o'clock. So I came straight from work. So I apologize if it looked like I was at a barbecue. I was actually working. So to the person who called for my resignation, I'd like to say that I like to think that my advocacy for the college and my moral character are really what count and not what I'm wearing. So to the call for my resignation, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here till the end to defend this college and to work with our staff and faculty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Couch?
No, I don't have any remarks.
Thank you. Trustee Swanson?
I have nothing.
Trustee Daly?
Several things. I share Trustee Reyes's position on appreciating the involvement from the community. And certainly as we move forward in finding a permanent president, we want to, it's a balance between doing it expeditiously but not doing it so expeditiously that people get left out. And clearly there needs to be a larger involvement from the community and the Mott family in that process, particularly since that is really the, if you would, the prize at the end of the railroad as far as I'm concerned. That's the permanent position. That's the person we're looking to be here for at least 10 years and to give us the guidance and help that we need to lead the administrative team and follow the goals that will take Mott Community College forward, because I truly believe that community colleges in general and Mott in particular are the best bet for the coming generation with regards to training them for positions that will make them contributing members of society. And so we need to continue to work hard to bring the best leadership that we can. The second thing is that I want to caution the board, and I have to include myself as being, I'm cautioning myself. We've listened on we always want to listen to the public when they come to us with something, but sometimes they come to us with things that are really not within the purview of a community college. I appreciate the inclination that the people that came to us and spoke to us about the magazine gave to us, but we as a community, as Mott Community College, our forte is education and training and to support things that happen. We may not have a say necessarily in what happens, when it happens, or where it happens, but if it's going to happen, then we want to be able to bring the best that we can to this community and to the student body that we support. So we need to be cautious when something's just because something's presented to us as a board and we're not prepared to deal with it. We got caught initially flat-footed, and there was a little bit of flight or fight response in that. And my belief is, for instance, we should not get involved in things that we really don't have the knowledge to deal with. The appropriate agencies to be dealing with that site expansion, frankly, are the township, where the residents live, that are in close proximity, and most likely the County Board of Commissioners, which oversees the entire county when it comes to economic development projects. And then the last thing is we need to be cautious in that, because the last thing, I went out and looked at the site from GeoEarth, and there's a reason why it's a swamp. It is, it's truly a swamp. There's a reason. It's going to be a very difficult and expensive area to develop. And it will be an undertaking that will literally probably take a decade to bring off, and if it happens. And there are so many of these things that start out as flashes and then they don't happen. So we as a board, we as a community, we as a college need to be careful that we just, you know, we want to stay involved so we know what's going on and provide what limited expertise we can, but I don't want to get us crosswise with agencies that do have the authority and do have the responsibilities for making these sites or doing this, or controlling the economic development within a certain area. So it's with that note of caution, I just share that with my fellow trustees.
Thank you, Trustee Daly. Trustee Wendy.
Yeah, I took a couple notes here. I do appreciate the community coming out. I took some great notes tonight from every single board member. I think we had our board comment. I think we had, what was it, public comments, 49 of them or 50 of them. This is my first time doing this, so I've heard your voice. I've heard everything. So when it comes to the president, I myself will make sure that everyone's included.
Thank you. So a good friend of ours passed away, Dave Livingston. He was the gentleman that was in charge of the Learner program. This is our challenge coin from the Learner program. And years ago, he gave me one. And I talk about this at each Learner graduation. A friend of mine's mother passed away, and his grandson was there. And this young child was inconsolable. So I did not have a quarter. I had one of these. And as I'm not a magician, I put it in my hand and was talking to him and pulled it out from his ear and asked him, "What's this?" And it's a challenge coin that officers use, and they use it mostly as a joke to say, if you don't have one, you're buying the beer tonight or hot chocolate. So I do this with small children quite often at funeral homes, and Dave has kept me in supply of these. The first child I did this with was 6 years old. He's 13 today. When I see him, he will pull out a well-worn challenge coin, and he'll say, "Mr. Handy, do you have your challenge coin?" I do this routinely. It was because Dave gave me one originally. I pass the tradition along to the graduates at Lerna. It's one of the nicest things we can do for one another, is just to say we care. I tell the kids when I give it to them that if you ever get in trouble, you pull it out, you show it to a police officer, and they will know you're one of the good guys. I don't know that any of them have ever had to do it, but Dave Livingston has made a major impact on many other small children. So with that, I close this evening letting you know that Dave's visitation will be July 22nd from 12 to 8 at Mural Funeral Home in Lapeer. The funeral is scheduled for Tuesday, July 23rd at St. John's Catholic Church in Davison. I hope we have a good support from our college family there for him. Thank you and have a good evening.